Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historic shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area, and we recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda for today? Councilors Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry, be it resolved the August 14th, 2025 agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interests or general nature thereof? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of July the 17th? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved the July 17th, 2025 regular meeting minutes be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. And as we have a public meeting today, could I have a mover and a seconder to move into the public meeting? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Barry, be it resolved council adjourns its regular meeting at 9:01 a.m. in order to proceed into a public meeting regarding zoning bylaw amendment application AHZBA 325, part of lot 32, concession 1, geographic township of McClintock-Latella.
All in favor? That's carried. Good morning, Mr. O'Callaghan.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
If you could give us an overview of the file, please.
Certainly. The lands are zoned shoreline residential 2 and designated waterfront under the official plan. The lands are approximately 1.33 acres in area with just over 60 meters of frontage on Quagama Lake. Surrounding uses are generally shoreline residential, and the lands are currently developed with 2 dwellings, a shed, a sleeping cabin, and a dock. The applicant is proposing to construct a 2-story, 971 square foot addition to 1 dwelling and convert the other dwelling to a sleeping cabin. The proposed addition will be constructed on the rear of the existing dwelling and be set back 13.2 meters from the high water mark. Existing site infrastructure, including the septic system along with an irregular shoreline and the current dwelling location, do limit the available building location for a proposed addition that would comply with the zoning bylaw. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the lands from shoreline residential 2 to shoreline residential 2 with an exception to permit the redevelopment and expansion of a legal non-complying dwelling. The proposed exceptions that are being requested are 1 from section 4.14.93 of the zoning bylaw to increase the maximum gross floor area permitted from 30% to 312% for the 971 square foot 2-story addition. From section 4.14.93 to increase the maximum height increase permitted from 30% to 96%, again for the 2-story addition. From section 4.2.10 of the zoning bylaw to allow for 2 sleeping cabins on a property. 4 from section 4.2.10.4 of the zoning bylaw to reduce the minimum setback from the high water mark from 30 meters to 7.36 meters for a 404 square foot sleeping cabin. And 5 from 4.2.10.4 of the zoning bylaw to allow for a sleeping cabin to be located in front of the principal dwelling. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, posted on the township website and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received to date. 1 letter of support was received from an immediate neighbor, and that was circulated to council, and I have since received a 2nd letter from the neighbor on the other side. So we have 2 letters of support now from both immediate neighbors. Staff are recommending that council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment as circulated.
Does council have any questions for our planner? Councilor Barry?
I have a couple questions in regards to the lake. Is the lake at capacity?
No, Quagama is not.
Often's not. So then my second question is, With the increase of footage, will there be a need for increased septic? Like, will the septic that's currently in place need to be increased?
So that would be reviewed at the building permit stage. If it is, then there's room towards the back of the property where that could be accommodated.
So that's being addressed.
Yes. Yeah.
I guess I would add, oh, sorry, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks, John. From your understanding of the property, would there have to be trees removed within the 30 meters in front of the shore, the shoreline in order to accommodate either the new build or the trucks that need to get in with materials?
The area that's being proposed for the development is already relatively clear. So I would anticipate minimal site alteration to accommodate the proposal.
Councillor Berry?
I wasn't really clear in regards to the setback, the is less than what is regularly permitted. However, is that because that's what's already existing? Because the addition is actually at the back of the property.
So,
Is this sort of just cleaning up what's already existing in regards to setbacks?
so it is recognizing the reduced setback, but the 13.2 meters, they would fall into the sliding scale, which would allow a 30% increase of what's there currently. But it is a relatively small building, so what they're proposing is only 971 square feet, but it results in a pretty dramatic number, over 300% increase in gross floor area. So that's why this is proceeding through a zoning bylaw amendment versus a minor variance.
Any other questions for the planner? Is the applicant present and would you like to speak to council?
We're happy to.
If you wish to speak, you have to come up to the desk and because so that anyone listening online can hear you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Matt Latella. I'm here with my wife, Jennifer Latella. And I don't want to take up more time than is necessary, but just to allay any concerns about the questions that have been asked. We don't plan on having any trees taken down. As the pictures as part of the package will show, we're fortunate in that we have a very flat piece of land that is immediately behind the existing modest cabin. And that's the building footprint that we have in mind. It has no trees on it. We actually, when the staff came to the property, one of the things that became apparent was that we're literally between a rock and a hard place, and that there's a rocky outcropping that is immediately behind where the footprint would be, and then you get into a treed area. And so to build further back would actually entail removing trees, which we did not want to do. And as the images will also show, we've maintained all of the trees that are in front of the cabin. And the existing cabin, you barely can see it at all from the lake, and that's kind of the aesthetic that we wanted to try to maintain. So that I would hope address that concern. And to the other councillor's question, it is because the existing modest cabin is already there, that is so close. So,
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
Any other questions that council might have for Mr. Latella? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who wishes to speak to the application either for or against? Once again, is there anyone else here or online who wishes to speak to the application? Any other questions that council might have? So if there are no other questions, I guess at this point, I'd ask for a mover and a seconder to move back to the regular, sir. Do we have a resolution before or after we come out of the? Okay, so come out of the public meeting. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Short Reed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, the public meetings hereby adjourned at 9:09 a.m. and regular session resumed.
All in favor? That's carried. And could I have a mover and seconder to receive the planner's report? Councillor Berry, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Counselor Berry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dyubi. Resolved council receives planning report PL 78 regarding the rezoning of lands located at part of lot 32, concession 1, geographic township of McClintock, Latella, for information, and council directs a bylaw be brought forward for consideration.
And that bylaw would be under the bylaw section?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, of that resolution? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a delegation by Shelley Fellows and Doug Dodge from Halls Hawk Property Owners Association to give us some insights and thoughts on parking in the area. Morning.
Good morning, Mayor Danielson, members of council, administration. This is not Doug Dodge. Doug is unfortunately ill this morning, and so this is Jim Anderson, who is a neighbor of Doug Dodge's and has been a part of our working group. So with your permission, if Jim is able to accompany me today?
Madam Clerk, is that allowable? Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Just need to check always with the clerk.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So then if you want to go ahead with your presentation.
Yep. Could I have the presentation on screen? And would you like me to advance? Okay, okay, perfect. Next slide, please. So, thank you for allowing us to speak with you this morning. We're representing about 300 property owners on Big Hawk and Little Hawk Lakes. Oh, thank you. And we're here because we have concerns. We have concerns primarily around the area of risk of safety to people, collisions, potential collisions with vehicles and individuals, death or injury, which could result. We're here because of our concern of the risk of harm to property, to vehicles, severe weather. Most recently, I think about a week ago, we had a tree fall on a vehicle that was parked on the side of the road. Preventing access by emergency vehicles. I mean, fire safety right now is top of mind for all of us. And access by the fire department and other emergency vehicles is hindered right now with the current state of parking, which can occur on our lakes. Collisions with visitors, specifically buses with carrying campers. We are two of the put-in points for the water trail system, which is used in significant numbers. And frequently we'll have buses carrying loads of kids from local camps through the summer who are loading and unloading at the access points. In addition to campers who are doing the same. They bring the vehicles in, they unload, one or more canoes and accompanying campers. And then vehicles that are turning around for public access to the beach. It's not much of a beach, but at access to the water, launching their boats, whether it's day visitors or short-term visitors at the marina. Next slide, please. So this is just to explain for the group where we've got the two general areas where vehicles park, one on Big Hawk, one on Little Hawk. So Big Hawk, P1, at the marina and the lower end, if you will, of Big Hawk Lake. We have public parking and the ramp and access to the lake, and water trails and hiking trails, as well as a little further down the road, access to the Log Chute Park. On Little Hawk, so P2, that's access again for hiking, day use, and then launches and the docks for the two facilities that are there, the former Oakview Lodge and Little Hawk Lake Lodge. So who do we have using those parking facilities? We have water access properties, and there are about 100 on each lake water access properties. We have the backcountry campers with trailers and all their gear, day use anglers including bass. There's a bass fishing tournament that comes on the lakes every year. But we do have anglers who are coming and they're just launching their boat for the day. Visitors, we get a number of visitors. It's quite popular in the fall, the hiking that's accessible through the log chute and then from the parking lot on Little Hawk. But we do get a number of days visitors. And then in the winter months, day use ice fishing, as well as snowmobilers who are coming through on the trails. And then specifically in the winter, whether you're considered a water access property or you have access typically through a private road, those private roads are not maintained in the winter time. So in the winter time, all of the property owners who are at their properties in the winter are parking at either Big Hawk P1 or Little Hawk P2, those parking areas. So it's quite a significant number of users. Next slide, please. So those of us in our small working group, and it's Jim and myself, along with Doug Dodge from Big Hawk. So 3 of us are on Big Hawk Lake, and we have 3 individuals from Little Hawk Lake, Darcy Lindneva, Kurt Alpeter, and Mo Janssens. So we're all kind of analytical people, and we like to understand the numbers behind an issue. So we've been counting vehicles, driving by, counting vehicles. Summer peak. So we find that the peak number of vehicles parked on either of the lakes is the civic holiday weekend. It's huge. We had on Big Hawk 163 vehicles that were parked along the road in the log chute, supposed to be the day use parking lot that's there. So there, parked so parallel along the road, angle parking on the road. There's a small section just after the marina buildings where there's a segment of parking, so parked all the way along there, including, and you can just vaguely see it in the photo, 2 vehicles parked directly in front of the no parking sign. And then there's another lot up above that has, typically capacity for about 5 vehicles. I think on that particular day, there were 12 vehicles that had shoehorned themselves in there. And then some parallel parking along that road. It's called Round the Bay Trail. It's a little dirt road. It's not a municipal road. And then we do have some very creative property owners who park into the power line cut. So they line their vehicles up and they're parked under the power lines. That represents a number of concerns. On Little Hawk, we had 119 cars. So keep in mind that on Little Hawk, we do have 2 private parking lots. So each of the former Oakview Lodge and Little Hawk Lake Resort maintain for the individuals who park their boats with them, who dock their boats with them, they can also purchase parking there. So a large number of water access cottagers actually park in the private lots. 119 either short-term visitors or those individuals who choose not to park in the private lots were parked at Little Hawk. We also have a number of trailers on any given day. In those particular weekends, we had 9 and 8 trailers. The unfortunate thing with trailers is boat trailers typically take up at least 2 parking spots and sometimes 3, depending on the size of the boat. Next slide, please. So weekday, so no, I call it off-peak, to use the terminology. Weekday, when it's not the August Civic weekend, we have about 80 vehicles that are parked at Big Hawk with, again, a fair number of trailers, about 6 trailers, and about 43 over on Little Hawk. I consider that kind of the baseline usage, if you will, right? That peak that we experience, that's a lot of the backcountry campers, the short-term visitors, and the visitors to cottages. Next slide, please. So, looking at those numbers and also looking at our own experiences as water access cottagers and local property owners, we have a problem. When you imagine that there are, on Big Hawk, we'll use that number, 163 vehicles parked, think of the number of pedestrians.
I'm sorry, think of the number of,
Pedestrians. So you've got a driver in each vehicle. You typically have a passenger in there. So you've easily got, yes, 300 people who in the span of a weekend are walking back and forth from their vehicles. On the August weekend, where the parking ended on Big Hawk Lake Road was about 1 kilometer from the docks. So you've got people who, when they're parked at the end like that, that means that they're typically arriving in the evening. The early birds get the good parking spaces. The ones who come in later are further down the road. So you've got people who are walking 1 kilometer in the dark up to where their boats are docked, and then, you know, heading off to enjoy our beautiful region. And so again, that presents a safety concern. So one of the first points, our request to the group, to consider reducing the speed limit along Big Hawk Lake Road from the log chute parking lot to the end of the road, and on Little Hawk from the public parking lot, the 72-hour parking lot, up to the boat ramp. Right now, it's 50 kilometers an hour. And I don't know if you've ever been walking and had a car go by you about 10 feet away from you at 50 kilometers an hour. That's really fast. And if they collided with an individual, that's a fatality at 50 kilometers an hour. People are coming around the curves. These are not straight roads. Very rarely do we have straight roads around here. People are coming around the curves. They don't have good visibility. It's nighttime. They have unexpectedly long lineups of vehicles. And so people are walking along. And you know, that risk is significant. Reducing the speed limit would go a long way to helping to improve public safety along there. We did have some speed recorders that appeared for, I don't know, a week. Maybe Adam knows those signs on the side of the road that report your speed and tell you if you're, you know, need to slow down or not. And so I'm assuming the data that was needed has been collected, but even something like that is a visual to people to remind them to check their speed and slow down. Yes, absolutely. It's more of an active mechanism. Speaking of active mechanisms, temporary speed bumps. So setting a speed limit and bringing it down to whatever. I think Chris from Big Hawk Marina was here late in June or early July, spoke to council and requested a reduction to 5 kilometers an hour. Whatever reduction, that's a passive way of enforcing speed limits, right? You're posting the signs without dedicated enforcement. It is quite passive. Speed bumps are a very active way of making sure that people slow down in those areas. So temporary speed bumps, acknowledging that winter snow clearing speed bumps are not easily able to be managed in the winter months. Temporary speed bumps are requested. Next slide, please. Did you want to speak to this one?
Yeah, I could. So we tried to split our recommendations into short-term, medium-term, and long-term, recognizing there's fiscal constraints and just time for implementation. This represents a few ideas we had in the medium term. Again, clearly we're trying to help make the numbers, the length of the walk, et cetera, much better for all the people that use it on a regular basis. And we recognize the angle parking is very efficient. It's been more efficient and it also provides more, in the way at least they're situated now, the angle parking provides more of a road width and less of a safety hazard than the parallel parking along the edge of the road. Because with the ditches, you end up encroaching on the road when you're parking along the edge of it. So we feel probably one of the, I mean, depending on the geology and the physiography, that in all likelihood, it's most efficient probably to try to extend those angle parking spaces where we can compress a lot more cars in a shorter distance along the edge there. Would require a few engineering issues, some ditching and drainage, but we think they'd be rather minor, and it could probably be implemented quite quickly and fairly inexpensively Right now, we have about 28 spots with angled parking, and all the rest of the spots and the rest of the 160 are all people parking along roads at greater length, especially for trailers. We also like the fact that trailers wouldn't be able to use the angled parking and thereby wouldn't be taking up a lot of the positions in the area closest to the area where access is needed. So that was one we thought would be maybe could tackle the problem at a low cost, a short-term Band-Aid, if you will, but be certainly more help than we have right now. The second thing, of course, Shelley alluded to the fact that it's dark at night and a lot of the late visitors, the ones furthest away, are coming in the evening. And lighting, if there's a possibility to get some form of lighting, whether it's solar or whatever that could generate it, that would go a long way to increasing the safety hazard within that kilometer that people experience the walk. I think that's, yeah, I think, well, next slide, please. The other thing, we had a big part of the problem is trailers. If you get 7 to 10 trailers, that's equivalent to about 20 to 30 parking spots. And we think that there's an option where perhaps, for example, the old dump site, which was municipally owned site, flat land, could be used to station trailers where people would leave them there. If there was any form of, or ability for those trailers to be secured, perhaps a post they could be locked to, perhaps a light that they could have, or a camera, any kind of security. They'd be more than comfortable, I'm sure, to leave them there, drive back and get a parking spot for their vehicle like everybody else. It would free up quite a lot of space as well. So we're thinking that if there could be a solution that engineering can think of to a lot somewhere that trailers could be stationed at with suitable conditions for those trailers to make them want to use it, that would help a great deal. And we think, again, that could be a low-cost solution, could be implemented within a couple of years. So the improving staging areas of drop-off campers, there's an awful lot of congestion. School buses come in with bus loads of kids from camps to drop them off, and they'll stay hours, even parts of days, occupying right at the place where, again, the emergency turn is in the case of Big Hog Lake, and where most of the congestion is with people doing their drop-offs with their luggage, with their bags, with their food. It's just a very congested area. So we're looking for a way to manage that, for perhaps the same lot could be used for people like that to go sit in, et cetera, rather than sitting in the area that's most congested all the time. And again, if there's a place for them to go and a reason for them to go there, and they can learn how to manage that, it would alleviate some of the concerns. And then the other thing I guess we've got is, can we have an area where people coming in, like there's two groups of users. There's residents that pay taxes that are frequently there most of the time, perhaps all the time in some cases. And then there's the day use people. If there's a spot they could be directed to for use. There's a lot of in and out with day use people, as opposed to residents, which often come and stay for days and their car doesn't move. That would help a great deal as well. Next slide, please. So then for the long term, I mean, clearly there's a need for more parking capacity off-road if we're really to clean up and clear up that situation. And to improve all the things that Shelley's been talking about with the risk issues. From our standpoint, as people that use it, it's not of much value to us if we can't situate that parking in close proximity to the place where everybody has to, access their vehicles, in this case, their boats. So finding a site is a challenge. I'm an engineer and have a great deal of experience in these kind of projects. And it's a sloped area. There's no question the slope's there, and it's going to be somewhat difficult to find a good spot nearby that doesn't create any kind of environmental issues. But I think it's possible, and I think with some collaboration between the cottage group and the engineering staff, we can arrive at a solution, I'm sure, in the medium to long term that would provide a lot of parking nearby, but also offline. So the road is less congested and it's safer for all. So convenience is not a good word to use, actually, but convenience is important to people that use it all the time, especially if there were to be a solution implemented which took them further away from what they already have to walk. You could imagine that there wouldn't be a lot of interest in that. So proximity is a fairly important variable for those of us looking for a solution. And on that basis, we think collaboration is important to be able to work together. We have people and skills and interests in this that would be willing to put a lot of time and effort into helping arrive at a solution and working along with staff. Yeah, so I think that's, I mean, that's the long term. Both sites, we think there's options for places where parking could go, P1 and P2. And there might be also innovative sites that aren't necessarily where we immediately think they are. Is this the slide where we talk about potential collaboration with future uses?
Well,
Like,
yes.
in other words, the future project?
Yeah.
So, and we think it's important to think creatively. Obviously, cost is an issue for everybody.
Mhm.
I looked at this quickly and did a rough layout of the size needed. It's not actually that large. You know, some parking lot that's a couple 100 meters wide by, 40, 50 meters or long, 40, 50 wide is more than enough to contain a huge part of what we're looking for. However, it costs money, and there's drainage and there's gravel and there's clearing. But we also understand that there might be a requirement down the road. Other partners might be interested in providing some cost sharing, perhaps hydro, because it would alleviate some of the hydro concerns and congestions and access to their lines. Hydro One, perhaps the federal government through the dam people, because we understand there might be a future project in the dam. Well, they'll need big staging areas for that. So why not build them in an area where we would like to see it built in advance and have them partner in the costing? Perhaps the tourism people that are interested in tourism in the area, because a great deal of the problem is as a result of tourism. So certainly they should be considered a partner in financing something like this. So we're not here asking necessarily the municipality to do this on their own, but you're obviously the first point of contact and the lead agency responsible. And I guess just on a personal note, as owners of property, anything else in life that exists, whether it's a commercial building, whether it's a home, the municipalities that permit those things always ensure there's adequate parking, whether it's a house with room for a car park for their cars, whether it's an apartment building or a commercial area. There's always lots of rules around the parking you've got to allocate before those things are permitted. And yet we've got hundreds of landowners without really adequate parking that pay taxes. So we think it's a reasonable request to ask for help in this matter. And it's also a real issue to many people that go beyond the landowners. So just like that was more of a personal than a planned presentation.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
Next slide, last slide, please. So just to recap, this is our first outreach to Algonquin Highlands to say there is a problem. We'd like to be part of the solution. We'd like to work with you. We can offer assistance in gathering data, gathering information, communication, and doing some creative problem solving. We are here to help be a part of the solution to make sure that it is safe for our property owners, that it is appropriate for our beautiful environment, that we can still maintain safe tourism access. And certainly, as I said, with the fire ban at the top of everyone's minds, effective access by emergency vehicles. So thank you.
Thank you. Sincerely, thank you for the concerns that you've raised, for the thoughts that you've given us and the ideas that you've got. I have to assure you that, during our discussions in strategic planning and projects and priorities, parking, and particularly in the area that you're most concerned about, is one of our very top priorities. It's recognized as a safety concern, as an issue. It's a very multifaceted issue. As you can see, both our trails manager and our public works manager are here. And they are both working on this. Initially there's, some work that has been done, and we're continuing to work on this. from a number of different perspectives. On the one hand, we've recognized that there are parking problems at many of our docks and landings. And so, we have contracted a consultant to look at that and bring back recommendations, which would, I'm assuming, include this area. Our Public Works Manager has been looking specifically at the Big Hawk Lake area. And as you mentioned, we have had a delegation from the marina voicing their concerns. I would say that, when it comes to, I think I would need to get a little further advice from our administration and staff about how we can, while we have openly said that we welcome partnerships, when it comes to projects and funding of projects, there are some specific guidelines within which we must work. While recognizing that there are so many skills within our community, engineers and consultants and lots of people who have all the knowledge that we need. There are some restrictions about, going forward using some of that information, but I think that that's something that we can probably investigate further to see, what kind of partnership we can look at. But I will say that we are already looking at that. We're also looking at and having ongoing discussions with the ministry about establishing land use permits for parcels of land. Initially, we were looking at acquisition of land, but unfortunately, the government has gone to market value. The days of acquiring parcels of land from the government for $1 are no longer there. I understand that. I'm sorry if I did kind of make a bit of a face when you mentioned hydro and money from other areas. Like I'm skeptical about being able to acquire funding from other locations. I take point of the comments that you've made about tourism, and I think that there's some possibilities that we could work with the county and economic development in it, if nothing else, helping us find funding. Not that the county themselves would fund us. Little Hawk Lake Road is a county road. I will point out, and there'll be lots of room for comments from members of council, but just point out that there is a responsibility by water access only property owners to provide their own parking. And there, I know that there's probably some concerns and there could be lots of conversation about that, but the way things stand right now, they do have some responsibility. It's kind of like a buyer beware when you're buying a property or building a new property that's water access only. You're responsible for finding your own parking. That doesn't mean that people are going to do whatever they want to do. And that's a hard thing to control on many levels. The timelines, I really welcome your point about the angle parking. That's something that we've been talking about and our Public Works Department has been looking at, and looking at different areas. I mean, of course, we want to keep things as close as we possibly can within reason. I'm not sure about the legality, and it's something that we would have to check into about using the old landfill site. There are some very stringent rules, environmental rules associated with landfills and closure of landfills and follow up to that. So, that's something that we would have to investigate whether or not that's a possibility, which I'm sure that we will do. As you're aware, well, you mentioned the signage that we put up to monitor speed limits. And there is a report later on, and there will be a discussion later on in the meeting about that. What we plan to do about that. I know that there was a request by the marina to have a 5 km/h speed limit, and I really don't believe that that's realistic, although I do believe that there should be a reduction. I mean, this is just me speaking. There definitely should be a reduction in speed, but to have an expectation of 5 km/h is not realistic. We will be addressing the issue of speed bumps and whether that's something that's viable or not for us. And I think that might be a seasonal thing, but that's something that we need to hear from our Public Works Manager about, the viability of speed bumps. And as always, I mean, you've offered us some suggestions on timelines, and we would like to move forward with this as quickly as we possibly can. But as always, we have to balance it against other priorities. And but once again, I will say that this is recognized as a top priority for us. There's no question that there's a safety issue there. on the Big Hawk Lake Road itself, never mind in the marina area with traffic going in all kinds of directions. There's a public launch there, the beach, and the use of, buses and kids and canoes and kayaks. And, it just, there is an awful lot of congestion there, and we have recognized that. So, I think we'll do our best working forward. Like, we're definitely on the same page.
Good.
Having said that, I would ask if there are questions from members of council. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Not so much a question, but just a comment. You've covered really the lion's share of what I presume we all agree with. I just want to say I feel you. I really, really feel you. And I'm glad that you've come. One of the things you sign up for when you run for council is that discomfort of being held accountable, which is a very good thing. It's a very positive, very healthy thing. And very often when we have a delegation to remind us of something that we've had on our plate for, in my case, 7 years, there's that slight discomfort that comes under the skin, and I'm grateful for it. I'm here to feel that discomfort. As the mayor said, this is a big priority for us. And in my 7 years, I can say that we have talked about this situation at Halls, at the Hawks, every single year. And the file that Public Works has and the CAO has grown and grown and grown. And it has seemed to me to be one of those circumstances where you work and work to get through a certain door in a process and realize there are 10 more doors on the other side of that door. And you either need to pick a door to go through that door, or you need to open up all the doors to reveal what's outside, all of those other doors. There are layers upon layers of complications, with multi-tiers of government and, and the funding question. We've talked a number of times about pay to play. How can we take this rather considerable sum of money and that would be required to create the adequate amount of parking and have it as a use, a per use payment plan or whatever it might be, but all of that requires expertise and exploration and time. So it's good that you've come. It's so good to hear that we are on the same page. And if you look through the history of our conversations for the last number of years, I think you'll see there's a lot of overlap between what you recommended and what we've been thinking too. And I am encouraged that we are on the right road. It's just taking us a bit of time to get there, but we really are focused on getting it done. So thanks for coming.
To the deputy mayor's comments about timelines, it has been on our minds for a long time, but I think you can see that we're actively moving forward a lot quicker now. And as it's reached a point of being a top priority for us, not just one of many concerns, but a very top priority. So, I know that we're going to have some discussion a little bit later on in the meeting that will possibly address in the immediate future some of your concerns. How far that will go, I'm not yet sure. We haven't had that discussion. But I think you'll see some solutions, particularly in the area of the congested, I will call it the marina area, that hopefully will at least start to address some things right away. Other things may take a little bit longer, and there will be some, as what Deputy Mayor Dayu has mentioned. We've definitely discussed a pay to play, which is something that we might have to do. I mean, we can't spend incredible amounts of money that serve one part of the municipality and not be offering the same service in other areas. So pay to play is probably a big aspect of that, at least to some portion of the work that we're doing. Again, I really like the idea of expanding the angle parking, and I think that that's something that we are addressing and something that we can do. And I'm thinking within the not too distant future, but I don't want to commit because somebody might shoot me for committing onto a time frame. Councillor Barry.
Yeah, just a sincere thank you for the work that has been done by your group and yourself. I think there's some great suggestions. One of the challenges is that population hasn't just grown, but people coming up in 3-4 vehicles to one dwelling has increased part of the problem as well. And it used to be little tin boats that were coming and accessing water. Now it's bigger boats, bigger trailers. So, it's just a growing situation and it's happening on multiple lakes. I think, and we've been not just dealing with parking issues, but we've had to increase a lot of money into all of our boat launches across the entire municipality. So it's just this compounded situation that we are, as the mayor and everyone has said, is top of mind. I appreciate the recommendations. We're going to be talking about this afternoon, but I think the one thing that I didn't realize is the amount of buses that are standing. So I really appreciate that information. I knew that there was drop off and everybody wants the best spot when you're doing water access. No one wants to walk the end of the kilometer. So I appreciate that. And maybe that's something that I don't know if we've considered that as well, but a landing area where some of these larger vehicles can kind of drop off and get out of there rather than stay and wait. That would be something I wasn't aware of. So I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Madam CAO?
Part of, as council knows, our meetings with the ministry are ongoing, and we had one just as recent as yesterday to talk things out a little further about what it will look like and what applications will look like and all those sorts of things. But one of the things that staff and I did talk about after the meeting with the ministry is just those exact things. Was what do we bring to council? Does it look, is it drop off areas? Do we include that? So the council will see those pieces coming forward.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned the larger boats. One of the things that we found when it comes to on our asset management plan, there's a process for replacing all of our docks and landings, and we're finding that the cost associated with doing that, some of that work is shocking. And then you have people who have come to us, and our plan has always been to replace like for like. What's there is what we will repair, replace. And we have people coming to us and saying, well, I've got a bigger boat and you need to improve the size of your landing. Well, maybe people should consider buying a boat that suits the landings that we've got. I mean, that's just another problem that we've got that, is just a challenge that, bigger boats,
I think.
I don't think we'll ever be able to keep up with that. And sometimes I wonder whether some of those boats are even suitable for some of the lakes that we've got. But that, I mean, you can get into the whole wake speed. There's so many issues associated with that. So you
I'd just like to say, on our particular lakes, I don't think bigger boats is an issue. We have small lakes. We're not a Kawagama or Lake of Bays is a small lake with relatively medium to small size boats, just to clarify in our particular case.
It may be the case in your, in your area, but in some places where
Oh,
it's
some
really
places you have,
kind
yeah.
of shocking.
Absolutely.
You think that you provided a good facility for folks and it's.
And then Miami Vice comes along. Yeah, no, we don't have that situation.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Shortreed.
Just one question, just thinking about the distance people would have to walk to, what would your best case distance be?
So through you, Madam Mayor. That's a good question because the
is.
distance that I'm comfortable walking is different in the daytime versus the nighttime. So nighttime, you're clutching your flashlight, you're hearing the rustles in the woods. It's a bear. It's got to be a bear because that's what you hear. And so I'd like to walk about 10 feet. Thank you. In the daytime, a little different story, but a kilometer is a really long way. Whether you're coming to enjoy, a weekend of camping on the water trails, or if you're coming, back from a grocery trip to Minden and you've got to walk up to the landing. So I don't have a good answer for that question. I apologize. Again, 10 feet at night, in the daytime, I'd walk a little bit further.
It's pretty subjective depending on who you ask.
It is.
Yeah.
I would suggest that if compared to the kilometer, I mean, the angle parking is probably about 100 meters. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I haven't measured it, but I would say it's in the sort of 70 to 100 meter range. So probably, partway into the other one, maybe a couple 100 meters. Most people would be satisfied. 500 or more meters, I think people would think, why have we bothered to do this? Would be my gut reaction to your question.
As mentioned earlier, we will be having some further conversation later on in the day that will address some of the issues that you've raised. Other issues, as to parking and how we're going to approach a variety of parking issues will come to us in subsequent reports at following meetings. But in the meantime, once again, I'd really like to thank you for the information and, if we can work with you to whatever extent we can, we will. And I mean, you're the folks that are in the area, can see it, all the concerns on a day-to-day basis and, so really appreciate the information.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to offer that we're not necessarily looking for you to implement a Cadillac for us. A
No, I
practical, a
understand.
practical solution that may be gravel-based, we're looking to work with you to do this in some fashion at limited cost. If there's ways you could trade land with other jurisdictions rather than buy it, I mean, hopefully you can find some creative solutions to implement a process so your files don't continue to grow in size and weight over time. We'd really appreciate the focus.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Deputy Mayor, to you, Councillor Shortreed.
Thank you.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receives a delegation from Halls Hawk Lake Property Owners Association regarding parking and traffic at Little and Big Hawk Lakes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next under presentations, we have Terry Gervais and Terry Gervais from Lumex Group presenting our updated fire master plan.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council, and thank you for allowing us to present some of the high-level themes and quick discussion on your updated fire master plan for 2025. So first slide, please. Before I get into the presentation, I'd like to take a minute to just thank the chief and his staff and the CEO and her staff for assisting in this project. As council can appreciate by looking at the document, it's a fairly long and comprehensive document that will help you guide for the next kind of the 5 to 10 years. It's meant to be a strategic document. Your department is a great department. It's meeting the legislative requirements and the mandated requirements for the province of Ontario in a lot of ways. But what we're trying to do with this document is help you forecast for the future. As we all know, there's some certification dates that are coming up in 2026, 2028. So it's getting prepared for them. We're going to talk about some of the stations and getting prepared for the future for the stations. So I want to thank them both for the support. I'm sure the chief, every email I sent him, he kept saying, why am I sending more data? Because he just keeps asking for more data and data. So they did a lot of work on this document and it should be recognized. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the Loomis Group and kind of what our priorities in developing a fire master plan for your community and what our guiding principles are was we want to make sure that you're providing the best fire protection for the safety of the firefighters for your community and for the department. Excuse me. So a lot of things that we look at is not only is it for the safety of the residents, but the safety of your firefighters, which is so important. The second one talks about the safety of your residents and the different ways to help protect the residents in fire protection. Number 3 is we all know that not only the municipal world, but the fire service world has increased in cost. So looking at the most cost-effective ways to provide fire protection services as a whole, not just suppression services, but as a whole for your residents. And also help you forecast unforeseeable costs, so cost avoidance. So how can you prevent future large costs or costs by doing maintenance, for example, or pre-planning? We let the facts guide our decisions. So the document is quantifiable and a lot of it is built on your current stats A lot of your performance standards, for example, are based on what you've been doing as a service for the last 5 years. So gone are the days where we come to council and say, they just need this. It doesn't work that way anymore. So this document, what we've tried to put forward to you is based on not only legislation, whether it's mandatory or not, but also what is best practices, what are some guiding principles, and what you need to watch out for the future. We've suggested that this be a 5 to 10 year strategic plan as per was requested. But we all know when we look at 5 years behind us, the world changed in 2020. And so 3 years from now, the world could change again in a different way. And you might have to kind of maneuver the plan around a little bit or update some of the areas. You can go through the next 2 slides to the next one. Thank you. So just a little recap. So the purpose of the plan was to make sure that your department and your municipality, and that's one thing that's important to remember, that the Fire Protection Prevention Act just doesn't put legislative requirements on the chief of the department, but also on the municipality. So we looked at making sure that you're compliant with your legislation. We wanted to make sure that we plan a clear picture for you to what your current needs are and what your anticipated needs are for fire protection. We want to recommend strategies, and this is really truly meant to be a strategic document to move forward. How best to protect the lives and property by enhancing both public education, code enforcement, and fire suppression. And I'll talk a little bit more about those 3 things in a second. And provide information to guide administration, operational, and budgetary decisions for the future. Next slide, please. So this was our approach. This is a recap of kind of when we first talked. So we did the startup meetings. We did a lot of stakeholder engagement sessions. The majority, of course, with the chief and his staff right through the whole process. We collected a lot of data. We did a lot of analysis on the data, comparing best practices, legislation, and regulations. We developed a draft plan that we circulated with the fire chief and the CAO, and comments were provided back to us from both. And then we created the final fire master plan that you have in front of you today. The stakeholder engagement, next slide, please, sorry. The stakeholder engagement sessions, so you can see the list of the stakeholder engagement sessions. Notably, the bottom 2 with the officers and the firefighters of the department. So we held kind of one-on-one group sessions with them, with the different stations, and had a series of questions and talked about the service and what, from their perspective, they're doing good in the service, what could be improved in the service. Are you meeting your compliance and your legislative from their perspective? So it was very, very beneficial. Next slide, please. So what I'd like to do today, we're not going to go through all the recommendations in the fairness of council's time, but I want to talk about some of the key stuff and the key findings that we did find. Next slide, please. So it's important for, sorry, that's all. Thank you. So the areas that we looked at, you see it's a pretty substantial list. So we looked at everything from your community demographics, which does affect a lot of how your prevention programs, for example, you might develop. We looked at the structure. I'm not going to lead the whole list, but you can see it's a pretty comprehensive list that we looked at with your fire service in your municipality, and everything from asset management right through to bylaws and fire service agreements. Next slide, please. There we go. So fire protection services in the province and across the country and across North America are broken up into 3 kind of lines of defense: public education, code enforcement, and fire suppression. So we all know what fire suppression. The trucks go down the road, the lights and sirens go, and that's kind of that prevention piece. What we realized in the last 20 plus years in the fire services, it's not the only way to provide fire protection services for your community. In fact, it's the most expensive way. You have to have it because something's always going to happen so that they're going to be there. But what other ways can you do to protect your residents in a more cost-effective and a structured way so you can forecast the costing? And that's where public education and code enforcement comes in. So of course, public education is really important, not only for our young children, but right on through to our more mature people in our community. And code enforcement, which everybody wants to shy away from, but it really truly is important. The Ontario Building Code and Ontario Fire Code are specific, and there's reasons that there's rules in there is to help protect and prevent not only fires, but if a fire happens, help people get out of their structures. Next slide, please. So your document, your fire master plan includes 29 recommendations. You'll see in the summary that there's a box on the side of the summary that talks about whether it's mandatory or not, and that's for council's perspective. So if it's a legislative requirement, we would say that was mandatory. So we would say that was, yes, it was mandatory. We also looked at whether the recommendation needs council's approval. So there's two types of recommendations within your document. One are operational, which is up to the chief and his staff to manage, and the one is policy driven, which is up to council as council sets the level of service for your community. And then whether it needs budgetary requirements. And sometimes we may say yes. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to increase your budget. It could mean that there's a chance for revenue, but it also could mean that's part of the regulatory budget process that you do on an annual basis. The document, anything to do financial, doesn't supersede your policies. So whatever's in there for financial or changes to policy, the chief's going to have to bring that back to council at some time and say, as per the fire master plan, we want to look at this now. We're asking council to look at it, consider it, and adopt it. So you'll see that we have short-term, long-term, and ongoing terms in there. Again, that's our kind of our best estimate, if you will, because like I said at the start of the presentation, 5 years ago, the world changed, and you could have said something was short-term, it became long-term. Or funding comes available, and you can say, okay, let's take this long-term vision and make it a short-term vision. So next slide, please. And you can go right to the next one. So I've picked up 4 or 5 of the top kind of priorities or themes that I'd like to highlight for council, you know, out of the 29 recommendations. The first one is recruitment and retention. And this isn't anything new for council. It's not anything new for this department or for that matter for many volunteer fire departments across not only Ontario, but in Canada. It is a big issue for the volunteer fire services, is recruitment and retention. As demographics change in your community, as people move out of the community, as businesses don't let people respond anymore, as family dynamics change, it's getting harder and harder to recruit, along with the training requirements that they have today. And that's a good thing, you know, for council to understand that the certification is good. As hard as it is, it's a good thing. So it's really important for council to also, and the department, to look at other ways of retaining what you have. So there is a recommendation in there for recruitment and retention, and the recommendation is there that the fire chief should work with the district chiefs to continue exploring ways to recruit more firefighters to Algonquin Highlands, and the fire chief in the district should find other ways to retain the organization's existing firefighters. There's a lot of good work being done in the province because this challenge isn't new for most departments. Like I said, there's a lot of great work being done. So what we're suggesting is look at what's being successful in other areas and work together with the neighboring departments that you have. The chief has a strong relationship with the other fire chiefs, and find and kind of come up with ways to help recruit and retain your volunteers. Next slide, please. Health and safety. So as we know, the health and safety of our workers, no matter whether they're firefighters or any of your staff, is very important. So in the health and safety section, we looked at a lot of areas. We looked at fire ground safety, we looked at officer development, we looked at personal protective equipment. So there's a lot of areas. There's 2 recommendations that we're going to highlight. One of them is on the personal protective equipment and making sure that you're have an ability to have bunker gear extractors that do the cleaning of the bunker gear after they've been contaminated. And that's to do with cancer prevention. And the second one talks about when you renovate stations or when you look at building new stations, is to make sure that you look at trying to come up with ways to get the off-gassing out of the station. So there's a section 21 guidance note that's developed by the Ministry of Labor that talks about different ways that you can do diesel exhaust in the stations. And so what we're suggesting in this one is that to review the section 21 guidance note and build in money to renovate any of the stations, to bring them up to whatever that might be. And if you build a new station, to look at that. So next slide, please. So in the level of service, you've got a lot of good work that's been done previous to this in your lesson plans and your standing operating procedures. But as you know, time goes on, sometimes they get kind of behind because there's so many other priorities. There are some, so you got to set priorities, kind of critical ones every year to try to deal with. So one of the things that we're recommending is looking at the standard operating procedures and the lesson plans around your water rescue program. You have a great water rescue program. They're doing everything they're supposed to be doing, but as we all know, doing that documentation and getting those proper lesson plans so that if you were audited from the Ministry of Labor, then you've got, here's your lesson plan, here's our operating procedure. And it also allows for the firefighters or the captains or whoever's doing the training, they're training all to the same standard. So this is how we train, this is how we tow the boat, this is how we put the boat in the water. And so it's one of the areas in the standing operating procedures that we suggest that they concentrate on. Next slide, please. Fire prevention, as we talked about, you know, briefly earlier, that prevention and code enforcement is becoming, and we've reversed that traditional priorities, and suppression was always number one. It is a controllable cost, but it also is one of the ways that you can prevent fire. And if a fire does happen, ensuring that people get out of the facilities. So what we're suggesting in the recommendations here is that the fire chief should prepare a report that advocates increasing staffing levels for the fire services that would help kind of with the public education, fire inspection, and fire investigation programs. And also on top of that, the kind of the bonus part of that piece would help with your daytime coverage. So if somebody is brought in to do these functions during the day, they can also respond if there's a call. So it is truly a way that it's an investment into your community of providing those protection services and maybe reducing the cost on the other side of the suppression services going. So the next one is that the department should consider leveraging new technology to ensure that all its stations have access in applicable pre-incident planning information. The department has pre-incident planning. You've been doing that for a long time. What we're suggesting is you need to connect it from the department or from the piece of paper to the vehicles or to the trucks, so that when the officer or the crew is going to an incident, they can pull up that building and they can know what risks are in that building. And that can be done every time that somebody goes and looks at the building. So it's being done now with the technology you have today. And when using iPads and moving into that technology, pre-planning information can be done right at the vehicle. Next slide, please. Fire stations. So this is probably one of the biggest themes for council, one of the biggest challenges for council over the next several years. You've asked us to do that long-term visioning. So, you know, the stations, obviously we understand that nothing can happen overnight with the way, you know, fiscally it's not, there's no way you can, but we did look at the 3 stations and we did kind of set a roadmap out for council as they're moving forward over the next several years at 5 to 10 years out. So the first one, of course, is the Dorset station. And we identified in the plan, and if you look at the plan, we broke each of the stations down. We talked about the challenges and the strengths in each one of the stations. And we believe the first look at, or what council should look at first, is the Dorset station. And we're recommending that the fire chief should develop review the challenges associated with the Dorset station that were identified in the plan and develop a plan to mitigate those challenges where possible, provide council for your consideration and approval. And you should develop a strategic plan for replacing the Dorset station, which include cost estimates of the new facility, what land you site should be selection, land acquisition and the construction, and this plan should be brought forward to council. So we're suggesting that's your first priority is as a strategic plan kind of going forward. And then the last recommendation in that section is you want to maximize the life cycle of the facilities, because you can't afford to, unless there was some grant structure that was brought forward, you can't afford to replace all 3 stations in the next bunch of years. And we all know they were built kind of in the end of the 70s, early 80s. So they do have a life cycle. So what we're suggesting is to allow the chief, provide the chief some funding, and you've been doing that, but making sure there's earmarked some funding to to maximize their life cycle. So whether it's roofs or infrastructure or doing windows or doing whatever the case might be, to make sure that you can get the maximum out of it, because to replace it is very costly. And at some point, some council down the road is going to have to make those decisions. But we're saying, look at, try to do little bits every year, like we do in our homes. Even we paint a little bit, we paint a room every year, we fix a driveway or whatever the case might be. So next slide, please. So Madam Mayor, that's my short presentation, and certainly I entertain any questions that you or council would have.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I know it's been a little bit of a long process getting this fire master plan in place. And one of the things that I would suggest is that my initial feeling about the plan itself is that we're already moving ahead with some of the recommendations that you're making. And that's something to, for me, it shows that we are on track. As I say, we're extremely proud of our fire department and the fire service that we offer. I've certainly acknowledged the fact that there's some work to be done, and ongoing, particularly when it comes to the Dorset Fire Station. That we know that we need to do something there, and have been actively or keeping an eye on available land and starting to think about what we can do, possibly in relation to other departments, or looking at partnerships and how we can move forward with this. I guess I would ask, yes or no, would you consider our department to be compliant?
Yes.
And are there any specific red herrings that you would really like to flag?
That's quite a question, Madam Mayor. I think what I've identified in the themes, so the kind of the red herrings would be your facilities and the prevention piece. I think they are two areas where you could work towards expanding your services and providing better protection for your community.
I would look to council for questions or comments. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, thanks very much for this. It's a very good read. It's a very interesting read, the full report. Certainly sitting on this side of the table rather than operations, there's a lot for me to learn from reading what you've prepared. So thank you for that. I think the bane of any master plan for any service, for any department anywhere in the world, is that it's very high level stuff. It doesn't drill down into the real specific details. So in your report, there are things that are quite specific. And I'd struggle to pull one up at, off the top of my head, but things like, for example, this mutual aid agreement has to be drilled into the bylaw. It's not in the bylaw yet, and it's got to be put into the bylaw. Like, that's a very helpful, very tangible thing that has to be done. But things like that are also mixed in with other things that are more job description level, like the chief should constantly review the E&R bylaw and make sure it's up to date. Well, hopefully he does, because that's his job. It's not a red flag in the way that the mayor has brought it out. So I guess my question, perhaps for staff, would be, have you been able to take from this whole experience all of the recommendations and kind of prioritize them into stuff that is ongoing and that we know is ongoing, versus stuff that, hey, that's actually quite urgent. That's a new thing for us. Maybe we hadn't thought about that in a few years. We should hop on that, because in the report, it's all mixed in, and the priority, the urgent pieces are not drawn out. So at the staff level, have you been able to draw out those priorities for your coming work plans?
Through your worship, yes, we have. It's been a great process. It has been a long process, but we did have the drafts and some of the recommendations that have come through in the fire master plan through council we've already dealt with. We do have the larger extractor. We're in the process at the Dorset Station 60, put a new apron in front for vehicles. We've softened face on it just to maintain that. Previous council meeting, we put another draft or another E&R bylaw through, so it's been updated. So that's 2 in 4 years, which I think is really good. And we're taking a lot of the recommendations and trying to deal with them as they come up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's great to hear. I think my question is more about what are the things that we think we might have to ramp up? So for example, when I read the plan, it acknowledges, and it's a true story, we need to focus on recruitment. Our demographics are changing. You know, you've got the demographics piece at the beginning of the report, which is a great reminder that it's going to be harder and harder to find folk to join our forces. So was there a fire lit under the saddle that you know what I mean, that you were able to draw from that to really start to think about how can we begin to strategize that more, and we're going to do that maybe faster than some of the other pieces. Okay, and I only say because sitting here at the council side of the table and reading it, I would struggle to pull out, you know, where are the things that we need to work on with a matter of extreme urgency.
Right. So for recruitment, for example, our communication officer is on social media all the time, putting out videos and that and doing the recruiting process. We actually have been attending job fairs for the county, trying to promote the fire service at a county level for all 4 townships. We work together in that. It's our demographics are hard for us. The other issue that we have is, for example, our vulnerable sectors. Very hard for our firefighters to get those. They'll get them, but there's a real delay now. And so it's ongoing, and we continue to have people come forward, and our numbers are coming up very good in the Station 80 area. As you're quite aware, the Oxton Lake area is very challenged, but again, that's the demographics of the area. So I don't know what else we do for up that area. But in saying that, we do have agreements with, for example, Dwight to assist us if we have a structure fire and that. So we work very closely to our neighboring departments to ensure that there is adequate manpower. And that's because they have the same issues as we do for staffing.
I know that recruitment and retention are one of the things that I've consistently been asking about, and I'm consistently concerned about, and I don't think you'll see us let that go. But we are actively working as best we can, given the I mean, it just seems to be almost impossible to find volunteers for so many different things these days. Councillor Barry?
I guess maybe this question is for the CAO or maybe the fire chief, but I guess similarly to what Councillor Dayu is saying is in regards to some of these recommendations, they're large recommendations and they're supposed to, happen over the next 5-10 years. Is there going to be like a quarterly report or an annual report that's like, these have been done, these are next on the docket? Like, I guess that's the way, is like, it's so easy to get this report and put it on the shelf and be like, yep, we're compliant, and yeah, we'll get to those things as they come, opposed to maybe just how do we, because I don't think it's council's job to follow through, but I just wonder how do we know, how are we assured that these are all up to date? And
No, I'm really glad you asked that, because I do think this is something that we need to track on a regular basis and just know where we are with some of the recommendations. Madam CAO?
Absolutely. If council approves the plan, then, we take that away and, start working on, so as the mayor said, much of it has started already and been completed, but there are things in there that are mandatory, that have been identified as mandatory. And I would say that those are priority. They're mandatory. We shall. And then some of the bigger things have already been identified by council as priority. And those are things that we take away and we will bring back to council to report on, however often as council directs is appropriate, obviously. But so, yes, there definitely will be check-ins as far as where we're at. Yeah.
So as a follow-up to that, I guess when we get reports, like I'm just thinking of our monthly fire report, will they be in there or will it be a separate report? Just so things don't get missed or overlooked, or I'm very visual, so like it would be nice to see those in a report opposed to in our monthly reports.
Go ahead.
I see that as
some things will need their own report. Not just a fire
Right.
master plan check-in update. Some of the things will need decisions by council, so they will have their own separate report. The chief can do an update, on like a separate report as a fire master plan report if council so directs. Or it can be rolled into the monthly report, whichever council chooses, we can certainly do, but some will need their own.
Comments or thoughts on that? Well, I do think that it's probably important. I do like the thought that we would, even on a quarterly basis, receive a separate report that would specifically address, the concerns and just to see what progress we're making or challenges that we might be running into, because there's always those that, as you say, things happen over a period of a number of years and it changes the direction that you take entirely. So, regular updates and progress reports would be, I would say, much appreciated.
And I think, if I may, one of the things that I think would be important for council initially, to start that process is to show the things that have already been completed.
Yeah.
Because I think that is a good, place to be, and to start with is to show council and the public where, the things that already have been completed.
Question for you, Madam Clerk. Do we receive this, or is there a bylaw associated with the fire master plan, or do we just receive the report and the plan?
The recommendation is to approve the plan and then direct a bylaw come back at September 4th meeting to adopt
Oh,
it.
okay. Okay. Any other, Councillor Barry?
Just as sort of a caveat to this, when I was looking through the plan, not the presentation, a lot of things were kept being referred back to the asset management plan. And so my question is, in regards to the equipment, large equipment, smaller equipment, is that all contained within the asset management plan? And how does that impact this? Like in regards to replacement of vehicles, that's all done. Thou shalt, replace this tanker in this year, that type of thing. But that doesn't really, that's separate?
It is a separate document, obviously,
Yeah.
and the legislation that governs the asset management plan, controls that. It's connected to this because this document says, you need to replace in accordance with that plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, I guess because the recommendations tables in the report, they don't come with a timeline. Would you be giving council a timeline of expected changes over the next 5 years or so, against each of these recommendations so that we've got something to?
I thought that the chief had somewhat addressed that question by saying that they've already started to work on a bit of a timeline and priorities and, how that would come forward. Is that was my understanding from what you were saying?
Correct. We've already identified a lot of stuff based on the drafts that we've been working to now. And as Terry was saying, they are immediate 5-10 year. There is a forecast of when they should be done. At the same time, if it needs council approval, or if we can do it at operations level, or if it needs funding, that's.
So would that be something that would come to council on a fairly regular basis? The bigger ticket items is sort of saying, that ongoing or, in progress, or, that there's an issue or completed, that we would be able to some extent track how things are going?
What I visualize happening, Worship, is we'll do our report that you request, and any of the major
Okay.
stuff would be part of our project priorities for the year.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the presentation and the fire master plan? And that the bylaw be brought back at the next meeting. Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayoud.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives presentation from Terry Jury, Fire Service Executive VP of Response and Readiness, Limix Group, regarding Algonquin Highlands revised fire master plan, and that and that council approves the plan and directs a bylaw be brought forward at its September 4th, 2025 council meeting for adoption.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We'll break shortly for, just take a break shortly. But I wonder if we could just get through the consent agenda. Were there any items on the consent agenda that council wishes to pull? Could I then have a mover and a seconder to approve the consent agenda? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that the items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and enacted in one motion. Each matter of business contained in the consent agenda is recorded separately in the minutes of the meeting, and that council approves the August 14th, 2025 consent agenda and hereby adopts the staff reports and all the recommendations contained therein and directs staff to proceed with all the necessary administrative actions.
All in favor? That's carried. So if we can break until, say, 20 to 11. Welcome back to the meeting. Next on the agenda is building and bylaw enforcement, and welcome, Mr. Moore. We're looking for the highlights of your July activities.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, not unlike the past months, it's holding status quo. Permits are not up by any means. We realized 22,000 in permit fees and a construction value of 2.3 million.
How's bylaw enforcement been going?
It's been busy, especially now that the STR licensing has started, and that we've one bylaw officer pretty much dedicated to that, and the other one is pretty busy with the normal noise, dog, parking, etc.
All that fun stuff.
All the fun stuff.
Any questions for Mr. Moore? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the July report? Councillor Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Council Barry, seconded by Council Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receives building bylaw report BLDG 1025 regarding July monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Parks, Recreation and Trails. Good morning, Mr. Card.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
So your first report is about the log chute.
Yes, so not a report that I'm happy to have to come with. It's
Or is it one we're happy to receive?
so it does come with a heavy heart, but this is following up from a meeting in April where council requested some further outreach to Parks Canada as well as Hawk River Construction to both find out about considerations for water shut off and considerations around log chute removal and future construction. And also to get updated pricing on the potential removal. So this is in follow-up to that. And since then, we have reached out to Hawk River Construction, and I have been able to get an updated quote from them. It's in the amount of $53,730 in order to remove the existing log chute. And council will see some recommendations in this same report just about a sole source associated with that. So when the log chute was initially damaged in the flood and in 2019, the insurance company did do a request for tender process. We did get a loan bid from Hawk River Construction. That bid included both removal and construction. And this was an update to their bid from that time. We didn't proceed, as you know, with it at that time. But Hawk River is certainly still interested, and we're happy to give a quote. They were involved in the previous project, so do have knowledge of the site. To talk for a moment just on the state of the log chute, I'm sure everybody's seen it and is aware of it, but it is in a state of complete disrepair at this point. Parts of it are falling off, floating downstream, and that's been happening more frequently. In fact, sometimes as we've been there right before our eyes, pieces are falling off of the log chute. So one thing that was highlighted in the previous report is just any concerns about if what's left of the log chute being a large structure were to break off and float downstream, there's potential that it could block water. Council had asked that I follow up with Parks Canada, see if that's a concern of theirs, and that was part of the conversation I had with them. Given the height of their dam from the top to where the log chute is, no, they don't have concerns about it affecting their dam infrastructure. But they just did advise that we'd want to consider that it'd be a concern downstream for water backing up in the event that that did happen. A large part of the conversation with Parks Canada was just around the considerations if we do want to move forward with the removal, which I'm recommending on moving towards for next year. And the biggest consideration is water shut off. So there would need to be water shut off for at least a portion of the project. The information we have is that they're estimating 5 days for the work, Hawk River. However, as we're all aware, water levels are unpredictable, and there's also considerations around environmental permitting, et cetera, which would still need to be sorted out. However, in discussion with them, it is apparent that the best potential timeline that water would already be at reduced flow statistically, no guarantees, but statistically speaking, would be June. That's also a timeline that is generally more favorable from an environmental permitting and fisheries perspective standpoint. However, any work planning would need to be very flexible. What they recommend is we move into a process of a request for water shut off. They have a form process. And then come April 1st next year, we start checking in with them on a weekly basis to just see how things are going, to start to hope to plan towards a June completion date. However, any contracts that we put in place with any company, we need to have some contingencies because anything can change as far as water management goes at a moment's notice. And they're recommending that we take that into consideration as part of our planning. Knowing that this is a headwater, essentially reservoir for the Trent Severn waterway, any costing can't be known until we go through that permitting process, and costing would be subject to time and materials essentially for their staff to go around and manage dam flows. And it all depends on how many dams they may have to manage. And that's to say they may just be able to shut off water for a short time ad hoc, or they may have to adjust a number of dams downstream. There is opportunity over at the Little Brother Lake Dam to divert that way, but again, that all depends on overall flow in the area. But it was apparent that June would be the best time to aim for. Additional considerations. So the environmental permitting costs aren't part of Hawk River's proposal. That will become apparent both through discussions with Parks Canada, as well as we'll start moving down the path to find out more information about costs associated with that and permitting if costs exist. We'd put that information together to be brought back as part of budget consideration heading into the development of next year's budget. And then finally, the consideration of if we do want to move towards a removal next year, sole sourcing it to Hawk River Construction for the amount they've quoted. Now, their quote was good for 30 days. So I would have to have a discussion with them about what costs would be for next year. I'd assume that it would change, but we need to button that down. And of course, that would also be brought back during budget time. And then considerations for the rebuild of the log chute. So just to remind that in our previous discussions with Parks Canada, we had hoped that the log chute replacement would align with the dam replacement. And we had thought that maybe the dam replacement would be happening in the very near future. Well, it's not in their 5-year plan. And they don't have an exact date on the dam replacement. So it is reasonable to assume it'll be in the next 10 to 15 year range. However, again, it's not known for certain that a new dam would end up going in the exact same place. So that's to say that any future rebuild considerations, it's reasonable to assume that the log chute may have to be moved along with the dam if we build it ahead of the dam replacement. So I don't intend this report to be one that decides when and how we rebuild the log chute, but I did want to just remind of that discussion and certainly look for any further council direction on the approach and timelines with that.
A couple of questions. I guess one of the things was that I was going to ask if there was any suggestion from Parks Canada about location of the dam, but obviously, as you've said, that they're not committing themselves to whether it would be in the same location or not. I would ask, has the log chute been part of our asset management plan? for any length of time, or is it something that's been considered separately? I mean, it's an extremely important cultural asset.
Sure, it would have been added to our most recent version of the asset management plan, yes.
And what's the timing on the last asset management plan that we had? You know, we're looking at doing another one now, but it would be at least 5 years old.
You mean the timing of when that plan was developed?
The last asset management plan, yeah.
Yes, I believe we're on our 4th year of that, correct? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess one of the questions that I would ask is whether, you know, when we've been looking at the damage, whether at any point in time has there been any consideration been given to having for instance, a structural engineer have a look at it and determine whether, in fact, the whole thing needs to be removed or portions thereof?
We haven't had a structural engineer advise on that, no.
I guess I would look to members of council for comments or thoughts at this point in time. The one thing I would say is that we have some time. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do anything this year as far as removal. So, you know, we've got some time to think, and, you know, if there's any thoughts about approaching it a little bit differently or the things that we'd like to do, we've got that time. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Thanks. Yeah, it's something that's been raised a number of times over the last number of years as this question has come up before council, is the very real risk that if we remove the structure, hoping that the council in 15 years from now will prioritize what we prioritize, which is rebuilding it, that the chances of that happening are actually quite slim. I think they're very slim to nil, frankly, because there are going to be so many other priorities that it's hard to put any faith in the next 2 councils from now, or 3, putting their attention towards this rebuild. So it does beg the question, is there any kind of placeholder that we can have? Is there, for example, a section that can be retained? And perhaps a structural engineer is the type of individual who should be able to say whether that's true or not, so that we don't lose the dam or the chute completely, and that the gentle reminder that it is an important cultural asset stays in place until such time that we know what the Parks Canada decision is regarding the dam, etc. And that we don't lose the infrastructure or the use of the infrastructure that we've put into place around the chute for the purpose of the chute. So it doesn't get lost for other uses. And then in 15 years' time, if the chute is rebuilt, we've got to claw back all of the things that that had slowly been lost over the last number of years. Do you think there is any hope to retain at least a small portion of it so we do not lose it off our map and it stays as a placeholder for future? Or, is that something that we could look into with a professional such as a structural engineer, who can say for sure?
I think that might be an answer for council to determine. I mean, if we were to suggest, like, let's have a structural engineer look at it and see if there are portions of it that we can save. It's a hard question for you. I mean, if we were to give that direction, you'd be able to answer it a little bit differently. Let's go ahead.
We haven't had a structural engineer look at it, and we could go that route, certainly, with council's direction. However, the log chute, just standing there looking at it, it's in shambles. There's pieces all over the place. There's a short section of it still attached to the dam, which has a semblance of a shape that the original log chute was. And that's what I'm referring to in staff for having a site meeting there for an unrelated matter to look at the stair rebuild on the other side of the dam just the other day. And quite literally, while we were standing there, we watched a piece of it fall off and start floating downstream. Whether or not we'd want to look to see whether portions of that could be patched up essentially and shored up, And have an engineer advise on that, but looking at it myself and just standing there and seeing it, it's in shambles.
Counselor Short-Reed.
If we could at least keep it partially there, we could keep it on our asset management plan. Is my thought. So if it's partially there, it's always, if it stays on the asset management plan, then it's there to be looked after.
Well, I know one of the things that I was hesitant to, if we were to follow through, according to your recommendation, the resolution would say to tear it out, albeit next year. I would like us to think about the wording of that resolution and to, I really, I'm still wondering whether it wouldn't be wise to have someone have a look at it and see if it isn't viable to have some even small portion of it remain in place. As I said earlier, it is an extremely important cultural asset. There's been a lot of work done by a lot of people and a lot of work done and money raised by a lot of people outside of the municipality. So it's not just us that's impacted by it. And one other thing that I did want to say, in order to kind of keep the whole idea of replacing the log chute alive, one of the things that I've been doing at Lake Association meetings, and in particular the Halls Hawk Lake Association meeting, was saying, look, this is something that it's, to me, it's been heartbreaking to have to talk about tearing out the log chute. And I know to other people, even in far more upsetting than it does me. And they are extremely interested in trying to set up some kind of fundraising group or organization. I mean, it may be years away, but it maybe takes those number of years to raise the funds to do the work that might be required. So I think there are people out there that are interested in keeping the idea of rebuilding the log chute alive. And I'm certainly would like to see if we can't keep part of it. Councillor Barry.
Yeah, I mean, much of the same feeling I'm feeling at this table, I'm feeling myself. I do think that, by having something, if it's possible to have something retained, it leaves the opportunity to show that it's a rehabilitation, project in process, even if that means continuing to put money in our reserve, have a fundraising effort, maybe, having input from the group that were actually involved in the build of it. And I think I completely agree with, 1 term, 2 term, 3 terms away, is it gonna be the same priority? I think by having things in place now, that sort of continues that effort going forward.
So council thoughts on, would you please read what we have as an official resolution so we can think about what we might want to change?
Be resolved, council receives Park Recreation Trails Report PRT 1425 regarding log chute removal considerations, update for information, and council concurs with the recommendations made in the report to proceed with the necessary steps for planning of the removal of the log chute in 2026. And further, council approves the single source procurement request for Hawk River construction and directs staff to have the necessary quotations updated in order to be considered within the 2026 budgeting process.
I don't have any issue with, the approaching or Hawk River being, sole sourced and, getting updated pricing. Obviously, that, next year the price is going to be different than it is this year. But with council, like to consider adding something into the resolution about approaching a structural engineer and having a look to see if there is a portion of it that can be shored up and saved. Councillor Barry.
I almost see that being that being the resolution for this discussion, and the single sourcing coming down the road after we hear from an engineer. At this point, until I find out if we can save a portion of it, I don't feel comfortable single sourcing anything.
Any other thoughts? So we'd like to see a resolution that directs, have you got it? Go ahead, sorry.
Just a question. If council directs that we proceed with a structural engineer, are we looking at 2026 budget? Because there currently isn't a budget for that for this year. I mean, the removal wasn't going to happen until next year anyway.
I would like somebody to have a look at it this year. I can't see that it would cost us an incredible amount of money to have an engineer take a look at it and give us a report about whether there's any ability to save some of it and what would be required, because if there's some shoring up that would be required, I can see that moving into possibly 2026 budget. But I personally would like to see us move ahead with an engineer, and I'm sure that there's got to be some money somewhere in reserves that we can dig into for the purposes of a structural engineer. Deputy Mayor, do you?
We've got money socked away for the log chute. We've got a small reserve for that. I don't recall off the top of my head what's in it, but I think this would be extremely appropriate.
Mhm. Someone here's crafting away. Go ahead.
If I may, this could be our Hail Mary attempt to save what we've got. And I think at the level of Hail Mary, it's worth the investment. I really do. We've got to give it one last try before just saying goodbye, Kyle.
Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly. Did you have a comment? Could you read us what you've got?
Be it resolved that council receives Park Recreation Trails Report PRT 1425 regarding log chute removal considerations, update for information, and that council directs staff to consult with a structural engineer to determine if any portion of the log chute can be retained and to report back in 2025.
Does that meet do you think that that meets our needs? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder then? Councillors Barry and Shortreed. Having heard the resolution, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, next on the agenda is the Quagga Lake Russell Landing Rehabilitation Project.
Yes, Mayor. We have put out a request for tender for the rehabilitation project from June 27th to July 22nd. We received 2 bids in response, both were over budget. Our budget is $175,000. Our low bid came in at $405,000, leaving a shortfall of $230,000. Our docks and landings reserve is at 245,000, or just shy of $246,000. So we do have enough in reserves to cover it if council chose to go that direction. So offering a couple of options here is one, as well as our recommendation on which option to proceed with. So we could, of course, go ahead and accept the lowest bid as is. And cover the shortfall with our reserve account. Option 2, which is recommended, is to enter into negotiations, and this is in accordance with our purchasing policy. Enter into negotiations with the lowest bidder to see where we could find savings. Myself, the project manager, and our consultant have all been in discussion about this possibility and where savings could happen, and I offer a couple of options for council along with that, if they wish, if they wish to go that direction. Unfortunately, we don't think that the savings will be significant. We're talking about potentially reaching kind of in the $20,000 range. However, we won't know until we get right into those discussions. But we do have a provisional item, which is the stairs. Now, the stairs would be an addition of services on top of what is offered there now. And this is something that came from the community questionnaire and the recommendations that stemmed from that, and that the desire to have access off of the retaining wall at varying water levels for smaller craft. So what we had come up with the engineer there was a aluminum staircase that would come off of the wall. So there is opportunity to remove that as a provisional item. The other option would be the loading and unloading zone. So currently off of the wall where no railing exists, it was apparent through the questionnaire that people do use it as a loading and unloading zone, and particularly for construction materials. We do have to put a railing on it by building code, but this project would put a gate system in place, retain the loading and unloading zone, so that people could still utilize it for that purpose. We could opt to remove that, and there's a few savings associated with that. And the final option is with disposals. So working with the contractor that we use our trucking and our staff to actually get rid of any materials that are coming off of site, just to save some costs there. So those three options are the things that we would look to negotiate on, and hope to reach potentially in that kind of $20,000 amount of savings. Of course, the third option is to retender the project. We could retender the project and see whether or not we can get other bids that bring it to within closer to budget. However, the risk associated with that is we could also get increased bid costs. It would move into next year for sure. We're already on a short timeline at the moment, and that if going ahead, we're talking about a start date of September 1st. So these negotiations would happen over the next 2 to 3 weeks, and then construction would actually start. And that's because of fisheries and in-water work window allowances. So retendering the project would push it into next year. We'd incur additional costs for retendering, but that's certainly also an option available. So looking for council thought and directions through you, Mayor.
A couple of comments from myself, and then I'd like to hear from what council thinks about these ideas. First of all, I'm personally am not in favor of deferring the project until next year. It just seems like we're always backing it up. We have a project on the slate for next year. It just makes it that much more challenging to get done. I'm a little concerned about the difference between our estimates and what comes in for bids, but I guess it's hard to know what a contractor is going to do, and they're looking at a variety of different challenges that they've got, which have an impact on the price. I'm also concerned about the level, totally depleting our reserves. But when I spoke to the CAO about that, she did remind me, and I thought, well, there's a little light at the end of the tunnel. That we will be getting, as more short-term rentals are in place, we will be getting MAT tax, and we can put that money directly towards projects like this, especially when we see a shortfall and add to the reserves. So, I would like to see us move ahead with the project. I would also, although we have agreed to the greatest extent possible to replace like with like, the idea of stairs to address the different levels of water levels, the fact that that was something that was identified clearly as something that for putting out surveys, asking people what they want and then not doing it, is frustrating for the public as well. So, given the fact that we're not saving an awful lot of money, I'd like to see what other members of council think about retaining the stairs in the project. Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Short-Reed.
With tremendous thanks for trying to parse away some money there and create some savings. I have to agree. I'd like to see the stairs kept and the loading and unloading zone kept. These are quality of life issues. They've been raised by by the constituents who've responded to the survey. And due to our demographics, we've got an aging community who absolutely want to stay at the cottage for as long as possible. And these are the sorts of things that are going to allow them to do that. And I think we owe it to them to keep it in for the amount of savings that we could otherwise garner. I think quite strongly we should keep those things in.
I do like the idea of using our own resources for removal of, you know, anything that's being removed. I mean, that's something that we can do hopefully in cooperation with our Public Works Department. Councillor Short Reed, then Councillor Barry.
I agree with both for option one. Russell Landing, it services a large portion of Quagmire Lake, and it's probably the only landing that services contractors, so on and so forth, with barge type boats. And it's a busy landing. So I would like to go ahead with option one. I want council to consider at budget time an increase to the budget for docks and landings, because every one we do is more and more money every year.
Well, and that's my thought about deferring it. It's just, you know, probably going to just cost more money
And
next
we've
year.
a lot more to come, a lot more.
Councillor Barry, I'm sorry, well, maybe go to Madam CAO.
Just want to clarify with council that option one is to accept the bid as it is. That doesn't allow us to negotiate removal. So I think it is important that we negotiate that removal. It is something.
too.
So that would be, as Chris has recommended, option two with just that piece.
Yeah, I was gonna go back and check, okay, what's the wording of option one? I definitely agree that we do need to, that's one place where we can do a little bit of negotiation, even if it is, you know, what is not a great savings, but it's a savings. Councillor Barry.
Two, with just the disposal being part of the negotiation. Initially, I was sort of like, can we retender it with that negotiation in there? But I think for the amount of cost savings, it's not really worth it. In fact, we do have the money in our existing reserve. Yes, we're over budget, but I think the project's just increasing in cost every year. So I support the project going ahead this year. So.
Any other comments? Can I have a mover and a seconder then to move forward in that way? Councillor Short Reed and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Short Reed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives Park Recreation Trails Report PR 21625 regarding Quagmire Lake Russell Landing Rehabilitation Project tender results for information, and the council directs staff to proceed with option two with negotiation for cost savings related to the cost for disposal.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up, an Indigenous garden proposal for Tapscott Lopez Park.
Yes, so as council's aware, a condition of the donation of the Tapscott Lopez Park was partnering with the Indigenous community on the design and installation of an Indigenous garden. We had a lead, as you know, earlier in the year where there was an interested construction company who may have provided a good opportunity for partnerships on design. In follow-up with that lead, they're not, they're interested in providing construction services, but not the design aspect portion of those services. So what they need from us, and even before they commit to doing the construction, is to know what the design is. And it may be quite simple, however, they do need to know the design. At the same time in those discussions, I had an opportunity to reach out to a recommended greenhouse that does may have been able to advise on that type of design. I've been unsuccessful in that lead, so my next step was to look for services that provide these type of engagement strategies, essentially a consultant, and we did find one. This is the same consultant actually that assisted the township in developing their land acknowledgement statement. And have given us a proposal which would lead us through an engagement strategy, the engagement itself, which would then lead to recommendations. In speaking with them, it's an exciting opportunity in that portions of it quite literally involve a we'll be driving down to a community and speaking with individuals, because what's important is when we're talking about, as what became apparent as I had these discussions, when we're talking about engaging the Indigenous community on a design, is who is that community? How would they want to be engaged? And do they want to be engaged? And how we go through that process. And that's what this company is offering. So this is an opportunity that I'm recommending to council for consideration of moving forward with. However, the services are quoted at $8,000. That's not something that we did budget in this year's budget. We don't have a reserve specific to it. However, other reserves could be directed to it under council's direction, but looking for council thought and direction on this option. And then my recommended options are between budgeting it and moving forward with it next year in this manner, or looking for direction on other reserve accounts.
Well, I look for comments from council. From my perspective, I'd like to see us move forward with this. I really would. I'd like to do this project under our own steam, and get our commitment to the Tapscott and Lopez family taken care of. I'm not quite sure where our best area to tie into reserves would be, but I really would like to see us move forward with the project. And I have worked with this particular group that as of consultants. When working with Eorn, we had a day of consulting with that group, and so I'm familiar with them. So if they can help us with what might be required to meet, the satisfaction of an Indigenous garden and what truly would be an Indigenous garden, and I look forward to hearing their comments. Go ahead.
Support the project going forward, and I feel that probably through our environment initiative reserve, that probably could be tied in as far as where that money could possibly come from, just as an idea. My question is, in regards to this project, what happens after this? So would there be a proposal put in place from this? Because that's not really what it sounds like. Would there be a plan put in place, a layout design type of thing, or how would we move into the next stage? Like, I'm feeling like if we do the engagement service now, then we would possibly be ready to bring the project into fruition in the spring. So I'm just wondering, would that be able to be done in-house through this engagement service, or would we have to go out and do another project to come up with the plan per se?
I'm wondering if this isn't something, when it comes to the actual development of the garden itself, the work that's required to do it, if this isn't another opportunity for us to work with the master gardeners, that they might be interested in working with us or partnering with us on something like this. If, I know that the design might be developed by the Indigenous group, but there's an opportunity there to have another partnership. Just a thought. Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Short-Reed. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, just in response to Councillor Barry's question, my vision here would be that this leads to a plan, which then we implement. And yes, depending on the timing, because we are heading into September here, it's likely that the actual planting would happen next year. And whether or not it's to a scale that we want to involve the master gardeners or involve the company that is interested in helping with the installation, that'd be determined based on kind of the scale of the outcome. But yeah, my hope of the outcome would be the plan. Yeah.
Yeah, although I would like to see this project proceed, as I hate continuing to defer projects, when we don't have to, but I mean, in fact, the best option is planting in the spring. I mean, that's just the way, planting gardens works. Go ahead, Chris, and then Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Barry.
Yeah, and it's been an exciting discussion as it's unfolded, and I've learned more things about this process. And because when when I started with it and I'm thinking an Indigenous garden, I think, you know, kind of a display of what may have been in an Indigenous garden. But when you start talking about and talking to these people knowledgeable on it about what that means and what a partnership means, we might want to start thinking about like, what does the overall partnership mean? And is the partnership then lasting after that? As in, to some Indigenous, it may mean that it's a harvestable garden that they're then involved in for a period of time, rather than just a display of this is what had been, because we don't know what had been. We won't know until we go through that process and actually quite literally speak to the families who have heritage in those areas that may end up saying, you know what, we didn't even plant gardens in those areas. I don't know.
Yeah, and I hadn't really thought about harvestable gardens, you know, because that has a long term. I mean, obviously any garden needs to be maintained, but you know, that has another aspect to it entirely on a long-term basis. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Thank you. Along the same lines of, you know, is it a plan to create a plan? The clarification I would seek is, when you say the proposal will include strategic advice on Indigenous engagement planning, knowledge systems, etc., does that mean that the plan will engage the Indigenous populations inside that plan? Or does it mean we're going to get a helpful but relatively generic blueprint of how one engages Indigenous populations? And then once the plan has been delivered, we would start the engagement process. We would call up Curve Lake, or we would call up whomever else. Do you see what I mean? Or will this engage the Indigenous population, or only teach us how to do it?
This particular organization is part of the Curve Lake organization and are Indigenous people. So it's not us getting a consultant to consult with Indigenous people. They are part of the Indigenous community.
And I definitely get that, but they engage on a whole series of different things. I wonder if they will be engaging with us about the garden, or whether they will be, as is suggested, strategic advice on Indigenous engagement.
It's a great question. They'll be facilitating the engagement.
Okay.
So when I was speaking to the gentleman who runs this company, that's where he said, he said, like, Chris, you're gonna come with me in my car and we're gonna go down and you're gonna like meet people and have discussions with them. And then when, because he said, he's like, I know who these people are. I don't need to engage with them. I'm helping you meet the right people.
Okay.
But at the same time, he talked about, in reference to the Indigenous engagement planning, yes, he expressed that it is important to relay information that we may or may not be aware of that is helpful in this circumstance, because he said you need to consider human rights codes with these types of engagements. And they have knowledge on that, and that would inform part of that advice. Yeah.
Councillor Berry, did I see your hand up?
Just a comment in regards to putting the gardens in. I support working with the master gardeners, but I would still want it to have an Indigenous lead if possible.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if
Yeah.
there was a group that wanted to help us, you know, with the installation of it, or had knowledge and experience with gardening or developing gardens, absolutely. I just don't want us to be developing a plan to create a plan to make a plan. Further thoughts?
I did have one, and it is absolutely left my
Oof.
mind.
Well, I think let's hear what the resolution is, if we could.
Just to confirm, council, there's two options for consideration. Is council choosing option one, plan to be budgeted for in 2026, or option two, direct the money from reserves and proceed with the acceptance of the proposal now?
I guess I'd be looking at option two. Madam CAO?
It will likely come from our reserve, but as we've done with other projects, I'd like the treasurer to be able to evaluate that at the end of the year and make a recommendation. Because there may be savings in other areas where we don't have to take it from reserve.
And maybe to consider the recommendation or suggestion that Councillor Barry has made about the possibility of using environmental reserves. Now, I know there might be some other comments about that particular suggestion. Go ahead, Councillor Barry.
I did receive an update from Jean. I did receive an update from Jean, and there is currently $70,000 in that reserve.
In environment and stewardship, $70,000. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Remembered my question.
Chris.
Do you foresee within this process that there could be some council engagement, a presentation made to council to share the knowledge, share the, the findings and foster that level of engagement, at council level? Do you think that could be a part of what happens?
If that's something council would like, I can certainly have that form part of the discussion, and what that looks like, I'd need to understand further, as in, I think from this, part of the outcomes is a summary report. So certainly I can bring that summary report back to council. But I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, it's a matter of a council to person engagement, as in council's involved in the engagement strategy. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm sort of was hearing, maybe I'm hearing something in the middle, that the group that you're looking at consulting with, as part of their project, they could come back to us, with you, as opposed to us going around and being part of the consultation. I would see them coming back and engaging with us to have a discussion.
Yeah, that's right. That's how I foresaw it myself. But also honoring and recognizing that part of reconciliation is positions of power speaking to positions of power, making decisions together. And although this is not a joint decision-making process, it's about the people in power in our township honoring the wisdom of the Indigenous populations in, in the Williams Treaties areas. And I can see that as being a key piece of our accepting our responsibility to do that and enjoying that responsibility and valuing it.
I would suggest that it would add a little bit to their estimates that they provided to us. I mean, that's just something that we need to consider. I'm not saying that it's not something we shouldn't do. I agree. Probably cost us more money. Go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor, that is exactly what I was going to say, is perhaps we would need to update their quote.
Just have a conversation with them and see what their thoughts are. Councillor Barry?
Personal note, I wouldn't be opposed to going to them if that was an option.
I'm
If-
sorry, what do you mean?
If it's a case of there's an increased cost of them coming and giving a PowerPoint to us in this building, or if we were, part of the engagement was for us to be invited to go and hear from them on their property, on their land, I wouldn't be opposed to going and doing that.
That's still going to cost us more money.
I'm just saying,
There-
if there's an opportunity for us to be involved.
I personally believe that that's getting a little bit into the weeds of the work that our staff do on our behalf, that I really agree definitely with having a conversation, with having them come to us. If it costs us a little bit more to do that's fine. I like the idea of like sort of peer to peer and having that conversation, but as far as us taking part in the consultation process, I don't know that that's appropriate. I think that's what Chris's role would be, or whoever he's designated to take part in that work. Go ahead.
I certainly see that from a policy versus operations perspective, but when it comes to an Indigenous engagement perspective, there's a learning that's possible here. I don't know, it's quite different from going off with Public Works to get quotes on a thing. That we wouldn't get involved in that at all, but this is Indigenous engagement. And, I would love to be a fly on the wall and just observe and learn and listen to what they were saying, not necessarily be part of the consultation, but there is that other value in this that does not exist in many of the other things that we do. And I think it's a great point.
I'm not quite sure where we've landed. You know, I'm agreeing with the idea of having consultation, of working together, us going and being part of the consultation. How that would manifest itself and how appropriate that is, I'm not sure. Like, I need to think some more about how that would work. I think it's possible that Mr. Card might need to go back and talk to the consultants and get their thoughts on, you know, how this might move forward. I mean, from a financial perspective, no matter what we do, it will cost more money, and I don't have an issue with that. You know, if there's money in for instance, in the environment reserve, or you know, our treasurer can come up with some areas where there's been some savings, that's great. But, you know, it's not going to come in for the same amount of money as what's been quoted. Madam CAO, help us out.
I'm just wondering if Chris could work with the group to develop a draft plan and then ask a representative to come and present that to council and describe some of the things that were suggested during the consultation. I'm wondering if that would be what council might be looking for. And we could then put an upset limit of, say, $10,000 on the approval today, which could facilitate that. That's not going to get council in front of the group with Chris on the day.
Councilor Barry.
Support that entirely. I think what I'm having just thoughts about is it's like we want to see their house. So we're inviting them to our house to show us the project. So I'm just thinking if there's an opportunity to go to their house, it might be semantics, it might cost more. I'm not even like, I would pay with my own mileage to go if there was an opportunity for a presentation. I see it as a little bit of the reconciliation, being like, come to this house. I'm trying to choose my words very carefully with the history.
Deputy Mayor Dayu, I think we're taking this a bit beyond what it needs to be. I really do. I agree, and I love the idea of the consultation and working with, you know, the Indigenous group, which we are doing. I just want to be careful that we're not crossing the line and doing the work that our staff, we've been asking our staff to do. I'm trying to think of the logistics associated with doing this and what it would become.
The thought I had was the answer is probably inside the question. We're asking this group to help us with Indigenous engagement. How does that happen? Let's ask them the question. You know, that they'll be able to tell us, is this sort of thing appropriate? Is it even welcome? Would a delegation be, you know, as you said, perhaps it's a conversation for Chris to have with the group, and they can advise us on the best way for council to engage.
I agree. Mr. Cart.
That is exactly how I see it as well. And I can, from what I'm hearing, I can certainly add to the discussion. And I have a phone call with them next week, actually, about what it would cost for an aspect where the consultant themselves does a presentation to council. And I can also ask them, and just during the discussions and consideration about when they're giving us advice on the Indigenous engagement planning, that it takes these types of things into consideration, and it may very well already. And that's it's an interesting concept in that, as has been referenced, it's a far different process than phoning a company for, you know, a quote on designing a garden. It is very much engaging with a culture to represent, and that's where this consultant can say, this is the best way to do it. This is the best way to engage. This is how we would like to be engaged in general. I think that's part of the services they're providing.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I think the key here is that we would love a meaningful engagement, and we're committed to having a meaningful engagement. So can't wait to hear what they come up with.
And I do believe that's what you will find with this group that is, I mean, we're talking about a consultant that isn't the average bear consultant. You know, they are an indigenous group who will, you know, I'm sure will be able to guide us through this process in the best way. So what have we got for a resolution? I'm sorry to ask you this if I've asked it already.
No, no, we haven't. Just for clarification, is council, well, I'll read what I have, and then the question is, are they going to or is council going to authorize the upset limit as
I
recommended?
do like the idea of authorizing the
increase it
upset
to the
limit
10.
to
Okay.
10,000. Yeah. Knowing that there's a substantial amount of money available in certain areas that we can use.
Be it resolved, council receives Park Recreation Trails Report PRT 1725 regarding Tapscott Lopes Park Indigenous Garden Proposal for Indigenous Engagement Services for information, and the council directs staff to proceed with option 2 as outlined in the said report to an upset limit of $10,000 and to be funded from the appropriate reserve and reported to council at year end.
Mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry. All in favor? That's carried. Next is your monthly activity report.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Mayor, so much of the last month has been taken up with much of the considerations that we've just discussed. However, a couple things I'd like to highlight is forthcoming in September 8th and 9th, we'll be doing well cleaning. This is a routine disinfection process of all of our wells. However, it will affect access to our public water systems. That will be communicated in the coming week or two. And we, over September 8th and 9th, will be having a company move through all of our locations and cleaning all of our wells. And as we put out messaging about that, we're ensuring that there's always somewhere available that people can get water at our public water access points, and that will all be communicated during that time. We're starting we're well into now our planning for the fall color advanced reservation service system at the Dorset Tower. We're already starting to get questions about it, so I'll highlight it here for everyone's benefit that reservations for entrance during the fall colors at the tower will start to be taken at 9 o'clock on September 2nd. And that will be for dates starting September 20th right up until October 26th. Those are the major points I'd like to highlight.
Questions or comments about the monthly activity report? Then could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillor Short-Reed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the council receives Park Recreation and Trails Report PRT 1825 regarding monthly activities for the month of July for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is environmental business. Good morning, Ms. Murray.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
You have your monthly activity report if you'd like to give us any highlights associated with that.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. Just a note on circular materials. So the contract that we have for Blue Box depot operations, where we're providing collection services for circular materials, ends at the December 31st this year. So an amendment is being brought forward. I don't have that to share yet because there is some new development. The province is looking at amendments to the regulation which governs that program. And one of those is they are looking at asking pros, which would be circular materials, to offer a service to municipalities to include the non-eligible sources from small businesses. And that's been something that has been on our table for quite some time. And we've had some communication with the ministry that
this is an area that we will find it very difficult to manage, those small businesses and how they can't manage necessarily those materials on their own. Our system can manage it within the residential, the eligible source. And, is there an opportunity for that? So I have a meeting on Friday where that particular discussion is happening. Circular Materials is putting together sort of an idea of how that could work. So I do hope to be able to bring that forward to council at the next meeting. It is sort of slowing down the process for these, what they call post-transition contracts, is getting into the last phase of the blue box transition, because until these regulation matters are sort of settled, nobody wants, we don't want to sign a contract until we have those sorted out. So stay tuned, as it seems to be the word of the day in regards to blue box programs.
One could only hope that it will resolve in simplifying matters to some extent, as opposed to making it more involved.
We can hope. Moving on to hazardous waste. So we were able to secure our contractor for hazardous waste collection services to extend the event that's on Saturday to have collection at the Oxtongue Lake site. So we will be at the Dorset transfer station from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. And then service will move to Oxtongue Lake from 2 p.m. until 4 p.m. So that gives some opportunity for the residents in Oxtongue Lake to have service a little bit closer to home there. And everybody's welcome to attend, whichever events. There still are a number of events in the county coming up. I think we have 5 events left, and then the last one will be at Maple Lake, and that's October 18th.
And I truly appreciate the work that you've done to ensure that Oxtongue does, get some service. I know it's a limited time frame, but they were very happy to see that there was an opportunity there for them. And, I did explain some of the challenges associated with it. I think they were a little bit taken aback to hear the cost per person, and could understand the rationale why we were trying to look at it. Full appreciation for the fact that they are going to have an opportunity.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I, as I've said before, that area has certainly been on my mind to ensure we can provide service there. So I hope this is an opportunity that works out well for everybody.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, I share my thanks. It's great news and maybe a model for future years. So let's see what happens. Just thinking logistically, though, there is some travel time between the 2 spots. So when we're circulating the good news in the next few days, should we say, don't plan to come before 2:15 at the minimum, because there is going to be that distance to travel.
Through Mayor, we've taken that into consideration, so
Sure.
there we will have a little bit of overlap to cover that. Certainly, if 100 people show up at Oxtongue at 2 o'clock, we're probably gonna have a bit of wait. But I would say more on the side of the truck does have to leave Oxtongue at 4 o'clock. So keep that in mind if you are coming. Don't wait until 3:59 to show up, because they do need a little bit of time to offload materials and get that sorted out. So we will do our absolute best, to have everybody who's there taken care of at 4.
And in the meantime, they do have the opportunity to take advantage of Dorset as well. If they're willing to travel to Dorset and take advantage of service there earlier in the day, they have that opportunity as well.
Absolutely.
Any other questions on the activity report? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive it? Councillors Sherreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives environmental report EB 1525 regarding monthly activities for the month of July for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Public Works. Good morning, Mr. Thorne.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
So the first item is the Airport Committee update. I know there's a set of minutes here. Anything that you'd like to add or comments that you'd like to make?
No, not for me. If there's something that one of the members would like to bring forward, we can certainly discuss that.
Oh, I guess the only comment that I'd like to make is that the committee is starting to get, up to full speed on organizing the September fall or the fall fly-in. It's sounding like it's going to be an extremely touch wood that there's good weather and a really, really good event. We're really looking forward to it, and kudos to the committee for the work that they're willing to do on it. Any questions from council about the airport? Go ahead.
Just in regards to that, I thought there was a discussion about a rain date and
Oh.
it says September the 27th, but is there another date if it?
There is a rain date. It's the day following the date that was planned, and I'm sorry, I'd like it.
So it would be the Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And there's been a lot of discussion about whether or not we should try and do a rain date because there's some real challenges associated with that, but the committee decided they were going to give it a whirl, so we'll just, I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that it's going to be sunshine, fair weather, fair winds. Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the minutes? Councillors Barry and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives July 24th, 2025 Airport Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your activity report.
Thank you.
Well, I guess 2 activity reports if you want to overlap them with.
Sure, I can do that. For the June monthly report, I guess a couple of key items here I wanted to note, just staying in suit with the airport committee and the airport, was that staff worked together with a local contractor to move the above ground jet fuel tank. We've moved it from the public side into the air side, excuse me, and then offset it so that it allowed for more visibility to the apron. So when we do our events and things like that, there's more room on the public side for people to stand and sit and be in that area. And then it also allows for more view of the apron during our events when planes and things like that are sitting on the apron. So that was a really good opportunity for us to create some space and get more people in there. Continuing with the airport on operational side, we had a crack sealing company come in and do all the crack sealing on the runway and taxiway and apron. It was a really great company. It was the first time we worked with them, and they were great to deal with. So they were very efficient getting the cracks sealed up on those areas. So that was great. Also, we installed all of our new signage at the airport. So all of the signage has been updated, numbers, names, times, things of that nature have all been updated, and increased signage too to help users with the Fuel Master system and anybody flying in that's unfamiliar with the site. So it was great to see that those items accomplished in that month. Going on to other operations, we started and we can kind of say that we finished all of our surface treatment. We started up in Dorset with Harvey Avenue and then worked our way all the way down to Berry Line and Green Lake Road. So all of our road surface treatments are finished for this year. Even our staff spray patching, getting the roads ready to go for them, has been completed as well. So that was a big feat to get done in the time that our contractor gave us. So it was nice to have them done in a timely manner. And again, I can't speak highly enough with the county helping us out with providing us a staff member to stay with the contractor while they're performing. While the contractor is performing their duties with us, we have the county working with us, and they stay with them for the entire time, and that's yielded really good results on our roads, which has been excellent over the last couple of years. So another collaboration I'm really proud to say that we work with the county on. Under staffing for both months in June, we did promote a current staff member to a foreman's position. That has been working out extremely well. In July, we did hire a new supervisor who started just after the long weekend. And I gotta be honest with you, the two of them seem to have worked together for years, but they didn't know each other prior. So it's been working out great. Our new supervisor has I allocated quite a bit of time to work with this gentleman, and I can honestly say I never had to use all of it because he hit the door running and was very experienced and very knowledgeable, and it's been a breath of fresh air to us to have that experience come to us. So very proud of both of them and our team, how they've all adapted and worked together. And our new recruits, we've taken on new recruits, new staff members, new operators, and it's been great to see everybody gelling together really, really well. So we still are on the hunt for one more staff member, and we're still recruiting for that, but we're hopeful. And with the way the team's been working out so far, it's we're pretty positive that we'll find somebody to fit in really well. So it's been good that way. For the fuel sales, just a quick jump on that. The fuel sales you can see for jet, we're down in the month of June, and then we're back up in the month of July. And as you will see for next month, they will be extremely high given the current circumstances in our area, unfortunately. But you know, fuel sales are what help drive us forward. So you'll see an increase there. And I think that's it, unless there's any questions. Any questions that I could field, that'd be great.
Just one comment, great work on the hiring and staffing. And it's really good to hear that that the team's working really well together. I'm sure that that'll start to ease, you know, some of the pressures that you've been experiencing over the last couple of months.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It certainly has been a long couple months, but with support from our CAO and our HR coordinator has really helped move this forward. So it's been good.
Any questions or comments from council on either of the reports? Okay, so could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the June monthly activity report? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Short-Reed.
Be it resolved, the council receives Public Works Report PW 2225 regarding monthly activities for the month of June for information.
All in favor? That's carried. And a mover and a seconder to receive the activity report for July. Councillors Barry, Short-Reed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Short-Reed. Be it resolved that council receives Public Works Report PW 2325 regarding monthly activities for the month of July for information.
All in favor? That's carried. And next is the Big Hawk electronic speed sign data update and some solid recommendations.
Yes, thank you. So as council is aware, we did put these signs out from the July 29th to the August 5th. So we did put it over the civic weekend. We felt that it was try to get it back in time for this meeting. As said earlier in the delegation, this is one of the busiest weekends up there. So we felt it was really important to get them out and get them working. Over that time frame, you can see from the data that was collected that on average there was 800 cars, give or take, over the course of that time frame. The two charts I have here is that we put two signs up. We put one up just at the last parking area, and then one right in front of, just up from the marina where the concerns were. I got to be honest with you, I was very surprised with the data. Very surprised with the data, especially around the marina, to see that 99% of the traveling public are doing the speed limit or less than. I think that's really, really good to see. I don't know how you could get much better than that in a rural area. I think it's also important that as I noted in the report, that from the delegation that was brought forward at an earlier council meeting, that it does show that there's a lot of traffic up in that area, and that it does show a huge concern with the congestion in the area. It does show that there are a lot of vehicles in there, but the speed data really shows that vehicles aren't speeding through there. You know, in excess of, you might get the one or two that are going above the posted speed limit, but 99% of them are doing what they're supposed to, which is pretty amazing. I think some of the other data that's pretty interesting that I was able to accumulate was the average traffic. Back in 2017, the average daily traffic, the ADT was 225. And this year we were looking at between 102 and 125. So I think over a long weekend, with the amount of traffic that was in there, it's interesting to see that it has gone down. Now, if we put these signs back out, for a 2-week period over the end of the month, we may see that come up a bit. But I think it's interesting to see that the traffic has come down a little bit. Another really good item here is the delegation that came in earlier for the 168 cars that they counted parked on the side of the road. When we look at our daily average traffic at 102 to 125, I mean, we're not too far off of what they're counting. So from somebody physically going and counting the cars to what our signs are picking up, I don't think that's too far off. And I think it was really good, the delegation that came forward to show that data is not too far off from each other. I think that's really important. Moving forward onto it, from the delegation earlier, the council received last month, there were 6 recommendations brought forward. And I really appreciate the items that were brought forward, and that the safety concerns that the marina staff feel are important to them. And I can't stress how much we want to work with them to ensure that, we're hearing what they're saying. I did follow up with my recommendations, based on, sorry, not my recommendations, but suggestions to council of why we should not consider those recommendations as possibilities, and I've explained them here. I think one of the biggest items that I took away from the delegation was marina staff working on municipal roadway, recognizing that they see it as a concern, as a safety concern. And I think we as a municipality should also see that as a concern, that we're essentially allowing a private business to work on municipal road allowance without any kind of safety. What that looks like, I'm not too sure yet. I think that's why in the considerations for council, we should be maybe looking at what our lawyer has could suggest. Because we really, really should be watching out for something like that. Now, in saying that, I do push a lot of our data, and I've brought this forward to council before, where I'll say that we have not had a documented incident. From my perspective, working here, I have not seen a documented incident of an injury or an accident. I'm sure maybe it has occurred, but not significant enough to have the fire department go up there or us be notified through OPP. So if there's something out there that we're not seeing, I'm glad to see it, but we just don't have that data. And then going forward onto options for council's consideration, I did put in 5 options here. From what I see, we could do something moving forward for council's consideration was, reducing the speed to 40 kilometers an hour. But again, reducing that speed to 40, if we go back to the table for location 2, there's 77% plus 19% of vehicles are doing under 40 kilometers an hour already. That's a lot of traffic. That's only 2% of traffic was actually going between 41 and 50 kilometers an hour. So out of 99%, that's 97% are still doing under 40 kilometers an hour. So even changing the speed limit to under 40, they're still doing, 90 some percent are doing under the 40 kilometer an hour speed limit. So when we look at possibly lowering speed limits and things of that nature, I think we really need to have a wholesome conversation about thresholds and what triggers the response to lower a speed limit. Do we look at, we do a traffic assessment like this where we put the signs up, we pull the data, and anything below 75%, then we start talking about reducing speed limits. Is it 85? I think that's something that we would have to come up to eventually, some kind of an agreement between us that would say, here's our threshold, here's our trigger, this is what drops the speed limit. Because right now, even dropping it to 30, we still have 77% of people following the rules. So staff don't see the point in dropping a speed limit to anything lower than what it currently is, just simply because everybody's following the rules. Going on to cameras, staff have investigated speed cameras with our digital coordinator has been great help on this. There is a company that we've been talking to that seems to be very engaged with us, that would like to work with us on a program. It's a Canadian-based company. There are a couple options to put in cameras. But unfortunately, the data from this location would not yield a camera. They would not recommend a camera because the way that it works is you actually have to have people speeding, breaking the law for the cameras to work and for tickets to be issued. So that's not something that we could recommend here because it's not warranted. Some kind of an agreement with our solicitor, I think would be the most reasonable, reaching out to them to see if we could talk to them about what's possible, what isn't, and then kind of go from there. And then putting up a pedestrian sign. You know, I think we could put up pedestrian signs relatively easy. Next week, we could have them installed just as an extra warning, and then continue monitoring. From there, I think at this point, it would be just a discussion here now and how council would like us to move forward.
I mean, I think we can all agree that there is some, this particular area is extremely congested and maybe must be considered in a little bit more of a unique way than the, sort of the average, like you talked about thresholds, kind of across the municipality. I see this as being something, you've got traffic coming into the area. If you're talking about coming into the marina area per se, you've got traffic going off to the right, you've got traffic going off to the left where there's cottages going both ways. You've got a public landing and a beach where there's obviously all kinds of traffic. And I'm not sure, like, is the beach area Crown land?
I would have to
That's
take a
kind of
look
one,
at
I'm sorry, I should have asked that question in advance, but I started thinking, whose land is that?
I would have to take a look at that. I've looked at the map so many times. Yeah, I would have to take, without being quoted, I would have to take a look at it because I know the right of way does go up through last turn lane, which is the one that goes up behind the marina,
Mhm.
and that is ministry land. And I'm pretty sure that follows it right down to the lake. But yeah, maybe our CEO could.
Angie?
Without looking at a map, I don't know for sure, but I would assume that it's on the Shore Road lands, which is municipally owned.
Okay. As I said, well, it is an extremely congested area. I think we've all accepted that it's a congested area. It's interesting to have heard the delegation information that we got today. Obviously, they're very concerned about that particular area and the level of congestion, the amount of different kinds of traffic in the area. We do have a responsibility for safety of our residents in general. I wanted to, first of all, I personally, and I know that this is going to, we'll have a discussion about what everybody feels and where we land with this. I'd like to see us consider reducing the speed limit. And I know that you're saying that there isn't a lot of speeding there, but is 50 the appropriate speed? Like, I mean, it really is a faster than, I've gone through there quite a bit. I'm thinking that the speed limit that's identified there may be too high, but that's subject to some discussion. I really like the idea of a pedestrians ahead sign. I did have a question about well, you're not necessarily suggesting that we go ahead with the cameras, and I just wanted to say that there had been a discussion about cameras for speeding at the Police Detachment Board. We had a presentation about that. They're awfully expensive, especially if there isn't what's perceived to be a problem. Like if we left the speed limit at 50 and nobody's speeding, like what's the point in having a something that's rather expensive? And I would have hoped that if we were going to spend the money on installing a speed camera, would there be a reduction in cost for our OPP costs? And the answer is no. Like they're not going to give us any reduction. They recommend that we do it, but it's not going to save us anything. I did want to ask you about speed bumps. and your thoughts about speed bumps. And I think that there might be a difference between speed bumps depending on the season and your maintenance requirements. But could you give us your thoughts on the whole speed bump thing? 'Cause that seems to be something that the Lake Association is in favor of as well.
Sure, yes, thank you. So I did add some information in there under speed bumps. So option 4, or sorry, let's see here, which one was it? Option 3. That the TCA guideline emphasizes that speed bumps, humps, or cushions can be an effective tool, certainly to reduce the speed. But it has to be applied in the proper context. So urban roads, low speeds, things of that nature. And it does specify that it's not recommended for public municipal roads.
I guess
Now-
my question was geared more towards how does that impact your maintaining the road? For grading the road or for snow plowing, like.
Certainly. Yep, certainly. So a speed bump essentially for us, they would have to be seasonal, and they'd have to be removable. So they'd have to be secured to the ground for the time frame that you would want them there, and then they would have to be removed before our winter season starts. Just because our plows would pick them off the road and they'd end up in the ditch somewhere. So grading the road, we don't grade Big Hawk Lake Road because it is a surface treated road. So it would just be a matter of they would have to be installed and then removed each year. So looking at how they are installed and then how we can take them in and out would be something we would have to consider. Also reducing the speed. The road speed would have to be reduced down to, I believe it's 15 or lower. For
Have speed bumps.
Yeah, because they're so aggressive that if you were doing the speed limit, 50, 40
Flying.
through there, yeah, you have the potential to damage your vehicle or cause an incident. Yeah.
Okay, thoughts and questions from Council Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Barry.
Thanks a lot for all this data gathering. It's really helpful from the policy table perspective. Couple of thoughts. I am interested to hear that almost everyone is going under the speed limit. And while that's good news, it's clear that there's still fear in the community. So I do believe that we should consider a reduction because people do not feel safe. And it could be that one of the reasons why we're not getting incident reports of people being hurt by cars flying past, etc., is that people are so hyper aware of the risks that they're grabbing the shoulders of their children before crossing the road. Like it could be more a question of hyper awareness rather than it being actually a safe place for them. So on the basis of the continued feedback we've heard from the community that they do not feel safe, I would feel comfortable reducing the speed. Especially in the areas which are more congested, where we really want people to slow the heck right down a lot. On the question of speed bumps, I absolutely hear what you're saying about where it's recommended and where it isn't recommended. I have driven past any number of schools, however, which are on municipal roads and where there are multiple speed bumps one right after the other in order to force the traffic to go slower. And it's like a small community space. It's not a regular road where you've got thousands of people going down off in some other direction. It's a place where there is a higher number of pedestrians to operating vehicles, and it makes sense to have the speed bump so that people at the right areas are going at 5 kilometers an hour or 10 as they're going over the speed bump. So I'm also in favor of looking at the best, most strategic places to put speed bumps. Not everywhere, not on the right of, not on the straightaways where visibility is a little bit better, etc., or people aren't congested in the parking, but where the rubber hits the road in terms of safety.
In the center of the truly congested area.
I don't mind getting those speeds right down in the summertime because there is fear. We are hearing there is fear, and I think that's what we have to respond to.
Councillor Barry.
I support a reduction in speed as well. I think that yes, everyone was in, for the most part, compliance. However, interestingly, many people were going below the speed limit. So to me, that's suggesting that they're already being cautious. So I think by lowering the speed limit, It just reiterates that it is a congested area. I really like the idea of the pedestrian warning signs. And I would be supportive of a couple of speed bumps in the areas where there's full congestion, but other than that, and seasonally, that as well. That's where I stand. Oh, and sorry, the other thing I had was one thing that hasn't come out of this, and I just wanted Adam's opinion on lighting. Is there a shortage of lighting in that area for accessing the long ride, the long walk to your car?
Through you, Mayor, well, there is no streetlights in the area.
None.
There is one streetlight in the area right at the marina,
Mhm.
but that's it. And there's no streetlights up Big Hawk Lake Road.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a new item that kind of came up with the presentation that we heard this morning about wanting more lights, and that's a totally different discussion in my estimation. Councillor Shortreed.
Do you think the speed signs are forcing people to slow down?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Do you think the speed signs are forcing people to slow down? Do you think there's no speed signs are going faster than what your cameras are tracking when there are signs?
So that's a really good question. So we have speed signs up in a couple different locations, and I can say from my own experience, the two locations that we've had them put up, one being Airport Road and one being on North Shore Road, I can say that anytime I see the sign go off, so as soon as the sign lights up, that's the speed that it tracks. I've seen vehicles just on North Shore Road here, because we have one sitting in front of the fire hall, which is right across basically from where I work. I can see the sign will go off red, which means that it's higher than 55 kilometers, and it stay red as the vehicle drives through. I've seen it go off green and go to red. I don't sit out there and watch it all the time, and some of the data that we're going to be able to pull from it will help explain that further. So to answer your question, I think it depends on the person. Because like I said, I've seen them slow down and I've seen them speed up and I've seen them stay the same speed. So I think it just depends on the person and what they're doing in that day and what they're thinking and how they're feeling, because that seems to what drives everybody. I think in this location, it is known as a congested area. I think that if we're looking at it as the speed is going to hurt somebody up there, well, the information would show that's not correct, that people are not speeding, and majority of them are actually doing way lower than the speed limit. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't change the speed limit. I just think we need to look at the bigger picture here. Council is aware that we are looking at a redesign of that road. Just some quick off the top, we're looking at creating parallel parking from the angle parking all the way to the log chute. I think the entire parking spaces look at like 80 cars can be parked on the side of the road, give or take. It also means that the road is now, it's supposed to be 2 lanes wide, and it would be once the road's rebuilt. Right now, it's only a lane and a half, if you will, and obviously even worse in the wintertime. So, we could look at lighting in that area.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The hydro line runs up and behind the marina. So, I mean, getting lighting to it would be an extremely heavy cost. It's driver behavior. That's the biggest thing. And to go further on the speed bumps, a lot of places put in traffic calming policies. So we look at a traffic calming policy, because although this has nothing to do with speed, it has more to do with congestion. How do we approach Oxtongue Lake Road, where I bet you it has the same traffic and has the same congestion, but the road design is a little bit different and people have longer times to see. So again, going back to that threshold of where do we put speed calming devices? What triggers that? Is it just a matter of someone comes to council, we discuss it like this, and then we put them in? Or, should we be looking at a policy that identifies where they should be going and how we do it?
What I have heard, although it's, I know there's been a lot of work going to this, and I suspect that we have not heard the end of this. But what I am hearing from council is that we are interested in reducing the speed. there. Now, whether it's to 40 or 30, I do believe that to some extent, well, people are doing the speed limit. Maybe it's not the right speed limit for the area. I mean, it is truly congested compared to a lot of other areas. I think it's rather unique, in congestion. I'm also hearing that agreement on pedestrian signs, cautionary pedestrian signs, as well as maybe some consideration for speed bumps and location of speed bumps for seasonal use. I didn't think we'd reach that conclusion, but, hearing what you've got to say and, what other members of council have got to say, that's what I'm hearing council is looking for. Um, I'll leave it at that. That's kind of what I'm hearing that we're looking for at this point in time. As to the speed, I wonder, what your thoughts are about 40 or 30. I know that, going from 50 to 40 is not considerable, whether that's sufficient. I guess I'm just looking for thoughts on whether we're thinking about, the suggestion by the marina of 5 kilometers an hour is not going to, that's just not feasible at all. But 30 or 40, thoughts? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Well, you do have roads even in this county where the speed limit changes within a pretty short distance from one sign to the other, bearing in mind the very specific conditions of that turn or this grade of hill or whatever it might be. And I could certainly see, a reduction at least to 40 throughout. But when you start to get into the more congested areas, yeah, you bring it down
To 30.
You bring it down at least to 30. And again, I'm thinking about the fact that within all of those parked cars, there are parents who are gripping the hands of their children so they do not rush out on the road in excitement to get to to the cottage. It's that measure that is perhaps reducing the incidence of close calls. And that's not how we want to keep folks safe, is by ensuring that children are being gripped. So I'd say when we get into that really congested area, that indeed we consider at least 30, if not 20. And then-
So what you're suggesting is possibly, say, for instance, where the log chute is, starting there, maybe reduce it to 40, and then as you get into the marina proper area
bring
to
it
30.
down to 30 or 20.
Councilor Berry?
Oh, I would, if we're just gonna say numbers, I would say 40 for that area approaching, and I would actually be more comfortable with 25 in the congested area.
If I
Mr.
may,
Thorne.
if to make it less confusing for the traveling public, I think it would make more sense to just pick one number and start it at the beginning, just prior to the log chute where all the congestion if you think about it, we're saying congestion and that is around the marina, certainly. But then we look at civic long weekends, things of that nature, the congestion goes all the way down past the log chute. So I would say that if you're looking at changing the speed limit, whatever speed limit you decide to change it to that whole section. Make the whole section one speed limit so that it's not confusing for traveling public that all of a sudden they go from 50 to 40 to 25.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I hear you, but with respect, I don't think they're confused. I think that's a very normal thing. You're traveling down a road and it's one speed, and then you come across a new phenomena on the landscape and the speed limit changes and you acknowledge the speed limit changes. I don't see that as being a point of confusion, especially for people who might be coming up every single weekend in the summer.
Madam Clerk?
Just for clarification, if I remember correctly, Adam, you said council's interested in the speed bumps, and you said that if speed bumps were installed, the speed would have to be brought down lower. So would that constitute, you could do the 40, should council wish to proceed with the speed bumps, it would be 40, and then when you got to the speed bump area, it would have to be reduced,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
So we are talking about 2 different speeds, because it sounds to me like the speed limit where the speed bumps are would need to be certainly far less than 40. I'm sorry, I think you did say what?
15. They'd have to be down to 15.
So,
Just one consideration with the speed bumps that I did put in here is that false sense of security. Where if you have marina staff working in that area and they know the speed bumps are there, one consideration is that false security that someone's gonna slow down for it because there is the bump. Are they paying attention when they're backing out, working on or around equipment on the municipal road?
well, I mean, that's one of the points that I did make to the manager of the marina was that, this is there are some dual responsibilities here. And I think, we're doing, from what I'm hearing that council would like to do, we're doing everything that we can to be reasonable about reducing all the fear, the safety issues, the concerns that have been raised for everyone involved in the area. So, but I'm still not sure, like, we need to land on what speeds we're talking about. We'll start with Councillor Barry and then over to you.
My one concern with the speed bumps is I've been in several areas and it seems to often, I don't know how they would be installed or whatnot, but you often see people traveling around them, like trying to bypass them, if shall we. So that creates another level of
Safety
safety
concern.
concerns in a already congested area. I would be content with having a lower speed limit, like, and I would feel comfortable with 30 or 25. And the continued efforts to change the parking layout, like we're working on a parking plan, we're changing the layout of how people will eventually be parking. Talking about possibly down the road, having a landing area, like I think today's discussion is really around the speed. But we're also going to be having other issues that will hopefully alleviate some of the issues with the congestion.
I think that, like, there are two different, like, the parking ties into it, but it is kind of a separate issue as the, sort of the tight congested area from where you enter into the marina area and where the the boat launches and the beaches and roads going off in two separate directions. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
And you're right, but presumably, when we get to that stage of having that complete, we'll be reviewing the speed limits again and sort of, it'll be fresh eyes on how traffic flows at that time. So I think that would probably happen. The good things about the speed bumps is that it is temporary and we could use it for a couple of summers as a measure to get the speed right the heck down. And then when we've got those long-term solutions in place, we, maybe we don't have to keep them, maybe we do, I'm not sure. But I very much appreciate the clerk's point about how the speed bumps do immediately reduce the speed around those bumps. So maybe that's the best compromise. We set the limit at 30. And then around the speed bump, the speed goes down, but presumably industry standard suggests what the speed would be. It wouldn't be up to us to know what that is.
Whatever the speed limit is required where the speed bumps are. Yeah. So I'm still hearing that we're interested in looking at speed bumps, at a pedestrian sign and reducing the speed. So I mean, there's a designated speed for the area where speed bumps are. Are we talking about 30? From, say, where the log chute is in, or like, what's council's, like, we need to land on somewhere so that Adam's got direction. Deputy Mayor, I haven't actually heard from Councillor Shortreed. I can see that there's some wheels turning over there.
I just had a different question, though. My other question was, is there more liability for the township with speed bumps?
Yeah, I guess I'll leave that to Angie.
It goes along with maintenance of roads. So township has obligation to maintain roads. And we will be required to maintain the speed bumps as well, in the same manner.
And from what I'm understanding, the speed bumps are, they're removable. They're not permanent speed bumps. They're something that we can put in on a seasonal basis. And if they need to be removed, like, for any required maintenance, that can happen, right?
Yes, yeah, we can install them. I'd have to look at how they're installed. We'd have to look at different types to see what's available to us. Whether they're like a screw-in type, if you will. So obviously that puts a hole in our road. So when we take them apart or take them out, we'd have to seal the road back up again. So we'd just have to look at the best option, the most economical option for us before they're installed, certainly.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
In response to your question about speed limit, I would propose 30. Given the data that we received today, it sounds like, 40 wouldn't make any difference at all.
Mhm.
30
will.
would actually slow some people down, not all of them, but 30 could potentially have an impact on slowing people down. And given that what we're responding to is the fear and not the actual number, I think that could help to alleviate some of those concerns, and then we would just follow in a year's time, collect some more data and see what and get some community feedback and see if that's making an impact.
So 30 from the log chute into where the speed bumps are, where it would become 15? And beyond that, it's becomes private roads, right? Like when you go over the bridge or up I forget what the name
That's
of it.
correct. Yeah. So as soon as you get past the marina and right at last turn lane, that's surface treated road just past the boat ramp, and then it goes back to gravel. We left it as gravel because of the amount of contractors and machines and equipment and things like that were in there. So for us to install the speed bumps, we would put one just before the marina and just after the marina.
And in the meantime, I know that the bylaw officers have been actively attending the site and, issuing tickets and warnings and, about people that are parking inappropriately. Like buses, things like that. So I can see our clerk crafting away there. Maybe give her a minute to do that.
If I may,
Go ahead. Mhm.
you asked the question about speed cameras, just a little bit of information on them. There are a couple options when it comes to speed cameras through this company we've been talking with. What I would like to do is engage them further with some of our data that we have collected and then come back to council with some options, because there are pilot programs that we could potentially enter into. But just quick, fast, and in a hurry, essentially they have a couple options where we can either lease the cameras, we can purchase the cameras, or we can have a program where we don't do anything. They bring the cameras up, install them, they do everything, and then they collect the fees through penalties. So as somebody gets caught for speeding, they would take their cut from it, if you will, and then the rest of that would come back to the township.
This company has authorization to issue speed?
Yes.
Really?
So what happens is that I'll bring back more information on this, but essentially it doesn't go against your insurance. It doesn't go against your license. It goes against the vehicle's registration. So the owner of the vehicle plainly gets a ticket, and then that's it. They get a ticket. We set the parameters of, if the road speed is set for 50 and we say, okay, anything doing over 55 gets a ticket. Well, then there's a cost associated to every kilometer over. So, depending on how many vehicles are speeding, we could, that's where it will depend on them. Because if we choose just to buy the cameras, then they're ours and we work it accordingly.
And
However,
then we issue the tickets?
so the
If
ticket
they're
will be
ours?
issued through, I believe it's through our AMP system. So it's very similar to our.
So you're looking at this as options for a variety of different locations in the township?
Yeah, and I think like in a big conversation here, it's a matter of, I think we need some data ahead of us before we just start throwing cameras up, especially if we're asking for a company to supply the camera, supply everything, and they take their cut and we, take our portion, if you will. So we do have speed data from last year for a couple sections that I feel, could warrant them. Having said that, we'd have to essentially put our signs up first, get the data, and then give it to the company to say, is this a worthy enough spot for you to install cameras at no cost to the township? And then we just basically would collect the fees afterwards. Yeah.
I know that the presentation that was made to the OPP detachment board was sort of promoting it as a revenue generator, really, for the municipality. And normally they're put in sort of safety zone school or community safety zones. but,
Yes, you
the
have
hours.
to, yeah, you have to identify the areas. So you basically, you would have to identify the area 90 days in advance. And then you also have to create a community safety zone by bylaw for the cameras to go up. And they
Oh.
can only be up within a kilometer of each other.
Councillor Berry.
Just on a preliminary search here, just because it is gonna be in our bylaw. Are we talking about a speed bump or a speed hump? Because it says here that a speed bump, it has to be between 2 and 10 miles per hour. Where a speed hump is 15 to 20. So just that a clarification.
Pump.
If
Oh
we're,
my,
if we are gonna follow. It's recommended.
where's that information coming from?
Legal obligations online, I don't know, Wikipedia, legal obligations.
So I would be going through our highway traffic, or sorry, the Ontario traffic manual is where we would get our information for that, yeah. And there are different styles. You can do speed hump, bump, or speed cushion. So based on the speed that you're asking for would define what it is. Essentially, it's the same thing. They're just designed a little bit different.
So if we're looking at 15 kilometers, that was a
Hump.
hump. Okay, so no, I suspect that you might have to come back to us with further information and recommendations about specifics with related to the speed humps or bumps. Or not, I don't know. Let's maybe hear what you've got designed there for a resolution. And then we're going to take a break.
Be it resolved that council receives Public Works Report PW 2425 regarding Big Hockey electronic speed sign data update for information, and that council directs a reduction in speed to 30 kilometers an hour from the log chute to the marina, followed with the installation of speed humps and with the reduction speed to 15 kilometers an hour. And further, council directs staff to proceed with option 4, the installation of pedestrian ahead signs on each side of the marina.
Mover. Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconder, Councillor Berry. All in favor? Thanks, Adam.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
And my apologies to the chief, but we're going to take a break now. And I think we'll come back at 1:15. Welcome back to the meeting. The next item on the agenda is fire services business. Welcome, chief.
Good afternoon.
Give us
Mayor
some
and
highlights from your monthly activity report.
I definitely do. The first one I'm going to highlight is last month when they had the Prime Minister and Premiers in Deerhurst. It really impacted us as a township, and it was with responses. Because of the ambulance, most times Roxton Lake coming from Huntsville, there was concern about congestion on Highway 60, along with our stroke protocols that go to the Huntsville Hospital. So we did meet myself along, or the 4 fire chiefs of the county, OPP and the new EMS chief. And for that time period, the new EMS chief staged ambulance at the Dorset Fire Hall for the 3 days and nights to ensure the safety of our residents and guests, which was really nice to see the collaboration between the emergency services. The second item I would like to briefly address, and it's the fire ban. Even though it wasn't on the original report, we are in a fire ban condition. And I just wanted to let you know.
Total fire ban.
Total fire ban, definitely. So what that does involve for us is we work jointly with the neighboring fire departments. For example, Monday, we had a call up on Kinesis and Berry Line Road, and automatically us and Dysart go. And that's to give us the impact to extinguish as fast as we can. What we see happening now in Little or in Burnt River could very easily happen here. There's such a fuel load in the bush from the ice storm and that we could have the same style of fires. So we got to be very, very proactive. On the same lines, I just making everyone aware that all our firefighters are trained to SP 103 municipal wildfire training levels. So we meet all requirements for bushfires, which is a real benefit. And with the fire ban, we have had 2 burn violations that have been processed. So other than that, in the general thing, everyone seems to be complying. But I can't foresee the ban coming off very fast. It's dry. The bush is very, very dry.
And it just seems like every time you're expecting rain, it just seems to get pushed back and back and back. We need to all get out there and do a rain dance.
Yes.
Any questions for the fire chief? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Short-Reed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, Council receives Fire Services Report FD 25 regarding monthly activities for the month of July for information, and the council appoints Darren Lum firefighter Station 80.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir. Keep up
Thank
the good
you.
work.
Thank you.
Okay, nothing under communication, nothing under finance, nothing under communications. Under administration, the first item is the Stanhope Museum Committee update. Anything you want to highlight, Councillor Berry, from the committee?
June meeting. No, since then, we have had a member step down. And so our committee is going to be at our next meeting talking about, looking at whether we need sitting members, which we probably do as well. Whether we need sitting members as well as possible volunteers for the museum, for maybe the archives, that type of thing. So that will be coming forward. The other thing is, I think last spring, maybe even in the winter, we had talked about the compost bins being an environmental initiative by the Environment Committee, and somehow that fell through the wayside. So that's something that we're going to probably be talking about and bringing that back to the Environment Committee to look forward for 2026.
Compost bins for
For
the museum.
Yeah, it was just a joint project that I think it was like, we initiated it to the Stanhope Museum Committee. The Stanhope Committee was excited about it, and then it just never happened. I think there was some, we didn't have a full quorum, I think, for a couple of those discussions. So anyway, it's a project that is still being pursued by, or it's a project that the Stanhope Museum Committee is still interested in. So we're going to bring that to our next meeting at the Environment Committee.
Well, that makes sense, given that the garden's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, right on.
So yeah.
And I will be standing in for, on behalf of your either and or yourself and Councillor Richards, because neither are available for the meeting on Monday. Any questions about the museum? Could I have a mover and a seconder to accept the minutes of June the 16th? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Short-Reed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Short-Reed. Be it resolved, Council receives the June 16th, 2025 Stanhope Museum Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up is discussions about St. Stephen's and Memorial Stone and opening event. Welcome, Ms. Hudson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So before you is a report of options for the Memorial Stone, as well as some options for the opening event. So I can go through, I'll go through lightly the options for the stone first. The first option that we have before is I've been working closely with the Public Works Manager, and he was actually in contact with the local contractor that has very generously offered to donate a rather large stone. And actually in option 1 rendering is actually I took a picture of a sample stone that we thought would be very fitting. So that contractor would donate the stone. We have a few options. Essentially, the stone would be big enough to split, so they would be somewhat identical. It would split, open up, they'd have a flat face. And
That would result in like two stones,
two stones.
each with a flat face.
Yeah, yeah. And so I did speak with one, so a monument company that had suggested through my investigations of the stone from the last council visit, they actually suggested brass plates. They will withdo the weather. So I did ask them for an estimated cost. And so I have a bit of a render, they sent me just recently a sample of what one would look like. So the family has the option to have space for the QR code if they wish, or just have their name across the entire plate. So that would be an option to the family we would present. And the cost about $350 to $550 for the engraving and installation, and should they choose to participate. So families don't have to put their name on the stone, but if they wish, that option would be available. So what in this option, what we are asking of council, if council is supportive of this option, would be that the staff can coordinate with the local vendors, as well as there are some resources internally that we could utilize, thanks to the support of the Public Works Manager. And then we suspect through the installation, the stone have been donated, the cutting, the installation, as well as I was in touch with the master gardeners, and they have suggested a mountain ash. So if council's supportive of two stones, similar to the renderings that I did, there would be a tree kind of in between. And so they are willing to absolutely participate, and they had suggested a mountain ash tree in between. They do have some in a holding nursery right now at a very minimal cost. They're about 30 inches high right now. So they would be willing to come and prep the site before the opening, for the opening event. So, for this option, staff is asking for an upset limit of 10,000, and that would be subject to the approval of the CAO as we proceed and as we need to do the things to have the stone split, have it moved, have it installed. If we need a foundation, it'll just depend on the stone. Public Works Manager is absolutely confident we would have the resources, and between the contractor that's very generously offered to help. So that is option 1. And then, estimated time is we're estimating about 6 to 8 weeks, but we're fairly certain in option 1 that we can facilitate it fairly quickly. We just haven't gotten down to an actual date and time, which I'll have council make a decision later on the date. But once we have a date and time, then we'll be able to really iron out the dates of when the stone would get split, when it would get, those types of things. So that is option 1. And then option 2, renderings are in my report, but option 2 is 1 stone. So I did get quotes on actual monuments. Not a lot of monument companies typically just go into like a quarry and grab a stone like that. They're typically polished, and they look more like a monument. So option 2 and 3 are very much a monument looking stone. So option 2 would be a longer stone, would be able to suit all the names. All the information's there. It costs approximately just over 23,000, and it would be 8 to 10 weeks. All the same things would apply. The plates would be roughly the same size. Option for QR code, those options would still all be available to the family. And then the cost is about approximately $350 to have that installation of the plate. And then option 3 is 2 stones, 2 monument style stones, so polished plates, all the same things apply. The only challenge with this one is that they aren't able to guarantee that the stones would be identical. We could purchase one now if council's supportive of that option, and then later down the road purchase another one. But it doesn't matter what timeline we buy the stones, they're not going to be guaranteed to be the same. So, and with the value of this one, the estimated cost about 26,000. On the quoted price, based on the quoted price, we would need to do a request for tender. Council could set that aside. But with the timeline, we're looking at still 8 to 10 weeks on that project as well.
Councillor Berry.
I'm in support of number one, and I'm grateful for our contractor who has donated a stone or is willing to. My question is, what is the $10,000 for?
If I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so there will be pieces that, so the contractors donate the stone, but we would still need to split the stone. So there will be costs for that, and they charge an hourly rate, and we just don't know quite how long it's going to take. So there's some room there, as well as we're not sure, depending on the stone, how it splits, whether we'll need a foundation or not. So the 10,000 would cover essentially if a foundation's required, costs to split the stone, if we need any supplies, like staff had thought maybe if we didn't need a foundation, we might need gravel to level it, like just those kind of supplies. And then also for the 10,000, the tree, most likely most of the opening event costs, which we can get into.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Fully in support of option one, even before considering the price. I just love the look of it and the feel of it. And the price is just that added bonus. So option one is my vote.
And mine too.
And mine too. The only thing that I would ask about, given the rendering that you've given us, showing us the tree in between, it looks to me like the stone actually needs to be turned, the flat surface, so that, that when you looked at it, you'd see the two flat surfaces where the plaques would go. Okay.
Yeah, we'll place them nicely kind of on an angle to the tree, like they'll be placed nicely, not so much like, so what we did for the rendering is we just took the picture of the stone and copied it twice, but it'll actually be flipped out this way, so they're not quite so copy paste, it'll be flipped.
Well, you're hearing option one for sure on the stone.
Perfect. And if I may, Mayor Danielson, can I just ask, included in the 10,000, I'm just seeking if council would be interested in supporting purchasing the first brass plate. I'm just thinking if council would like to have that open for the opening date, I could, if council's supportive, arrange that with the installation of this. Like as we work through the process of getting it installed, I go ahead and facilitate that as well.
For the person who's already interred.
That's correct.
I think, yeah, you probably want to just double check with the
Of course, I would reach to the
family.
family. Yep.
Councillor Berry. Okay, so that takes care of the stone.
Perfect.
Do we have separate resolutions or is it all? Okay.
Okay. So into the opening event. So it was suggested at the last meeting we look at a Sunday. So that is the first topic for dates for consideration. Just noting that I did make a note that the rain date for the airport fly-in is on one of the dates that I suggested. So yes, so we don't have any burials on Sundays or statutory Mondays. So Sundays were suggested dates. I have contacted, like I said, the master gardeners. So we have a tree recommendation, and as mentioned also that they have offered to come and prepare the site. So we can first tackle section by section if you want to do dates for consideration first.
Okay, dates, comments, Councillor Berry?
I'm unavailable on the 5th for a prior engagement. So if September the 28th is not an option, the only day I'm available is October the 19th, and I'd really like to be there.
Councillor Shortreed.
Why don't we see what the speakers are available? If we're gonna
Well,
have a
let's
guest.
first figure out when we're available.
Okay.
And you are available on either of the October dates? Or the date that I guess it would be the second of the.
The 19th. Because I'm available.
Deputy Mayor Dayu, sorry.
I'm available on all the dates, and it would be nice, given the tree color changes, if we could do it earlier rather than the last date. That'd be.
But that's the date that,
Not the September date. September date would be beautiful if we're able to do it.
but we're not.
It's a.
It's, that's the problem. It's the rain date for the fly-in.
I was looking at my schedule while that comment was being made. Okay, I'm available throughout.
I'm hoping that October will be beautiful, as it often is.
Not on the 19th, but it'll be, it's always beautiful in Algonquin Highlands, but the leaves won't be there anymore. But that's fine.
Sarah, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Dennison. We could consider a Saturday. If we had a proper time, if we knew what time frame we were doing, we could, similar to how if we receive a request for an interment, and say I've already scheduled one, and someone says I want to come at 11, I already have one. Well, we have someone coming at 11, would 1 o'clock work? We could look at that option if the late in the Sunday is not, is too late. That is an option as well.
Sorry, I wanted to check my dates, but somehow Siri just recorded our entire conversation. All right, thoughts on Saturdays? Deputy Mayor Dayuk?
I'm happy with that concept. I'm not sure about having an open grave. If there was someone requesting also on that day, then there could be an open grave or a very freshly covered grave.
That would, yes.
That would be a
the
potential. It's unlikely. The chances in the green burial section, that would be quite the extraordinary coincidence, but yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm completely missing your point. So you're saying that you're not in favor of a Saturday date?
No, I'm open to Saturday. I acknowledge that there's a risk that there could be an open grave or a very freshly closed grave on a Saturday, but I think the chances of that are very slim, and therefore
In the
I'm
green.
in support of a Saturday, especially if it means that, that Councillor Barry could come.
Councillor Barry?
I'm sorry for the conflict, but I'm not available the first 2 weekends of October.
Which would take us to the 18th.
Or the 19th.
Or the 19th. I'm available at, I just think my only conflict is the September date. And I don't think we can do anything any earlier. We wouldn't be able to do anything any earlier than that, given the timeframes that you've given us.
That's correct. It is, and we can certainly try. I just wouldn't want to not have a piece of.
Well, and there's only so much time to let people know that it's going to happen and coordinate it, and
The October date would give us more time to arrange into our next conversation of the speaker too. If we do too short of a timeline, we may not have too many options.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I move for the 19th of October, Sunday.
You're moving it. Okay. I seconder for that.
I second that.
You're
Sorry, I'm
out of the country. Well, it doesn't matter what happens, that we're going to be missing a member of council, no matter what date we
As the
pick.
chair of the committee, I would like to be there.
Pardon me?
As the chair, I would like it to be, I feel pretty adamant.
Oh, I'd like us to be all there, but yeah, okay, I hear you. So you're okay with the 19th? There we go.
And would morning be okay? Or would
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
We'll figure it out.
Morning, like what time are you thinking about?
I guess I was just looking for clarification to book a speaker like morning or afternoon. So if I had a preference, then I would know.
My preference would be like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
It gives everybody like a little bit of travel time. It's on the weekend, That sound okay? Okay, on the issue of the speaker,
to the speaker.
Hi.
So as, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sorry. So at the last council meeting, it was expressed an interest to have a speaker at the opening event, to do a non-religious blessing, at the opening. So I have given two options. Option one does tie in a little bit to Chris, the manager of Parks, Rec and Trails, report that he presented earlier. So I had connected with him. If the blessing, if the blessing was more of blessing of the land, I could work with the manager of Parks, Rec and Trails, with the consultant, and work together to see if there's a solution through that avenue. The other option was, I know that the Green Burial Society often has end-of-life doulas at their events. Their annual general meeting, they had an end-of-life doula, which would more speak to the cycle of life, and the process of and after dying. So I'm just looking for council's direction on which option, and then I can start to explore that.
Councillor Barry,
I really like option 2 as my choice.
the end-of-life doula.
Mhm.
Yeah, I found that an interesting option. Especially if it's something that, is supported by the Green Burial Society. Thoughts, Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I have attended one green burial ceremony in which the end-of-life doula spoke, and it was absolutely beautiful.
Mm.
Absolutely beautiful. I think that's a really great idea. Having said that, I also like the idea of a land blessing, and I'm not sure if it necessarily has to be one or the other. Maybe
We can do both.
we could do both. If there was a high cost to both, that might give us pause. But I could certainly see having two participants.
You could actually have your mayor do the land acknowledgement. If we wanted to do a land acknowledgement without necessarily, having another individual invited to do that. I don't think we need to necessarily have two individual speakers, but it's open for discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't see it so much as a land acknowledgement so much as a land blessing, which is different.
Mm. You need to speak. Go ahead.
I like that idea. I like that the land is blessed and then the doula speaks on behalf.
So you would, that takes us back to Chris and the folks that he's working with to see about somebody doing a blessing and what's entailed in doing that and availability as well.
That's correct.
Okay, so we're agreed that we would have an end-of-life doula speak and someone do a land blessing, which is, it's a nice idea. Yes. Go ahead.
I think the $10,000 that Sarah was suggesting, we were thinking that would include one speaker, so there may be a cost implication there. So is council comfortable with us coming back with something if we have to?
Yeah.
Or is there another amount that you'd like to assign as an upset limit?
Councillor Barry.
I would be content with sticking with the 10,000 for now and see if there's an absorbent additional cost associated with it.
I mean, it might be that that's sufficient, to do what we want to do. And if we find in the interim that it isn't, then we need to make a change. I'd like us to decide now, because, once you get into our next meeting it's early September, right? So it's not too bad. Okay, does that sound all right?
Everything.
Now, would you like to read what you have there?
Be it resolved that council receives Deputy Clerk Report DC 1921 regarding Memorial Stone and opening event at St. Stephen's Natural / Green Burial Section And council directs staff to proceed with option 1 for the memorial stone as identified in the said report. And council directs the project be completed and funded through the cemetery operating fund. And that council directs staff to proceed with the scheduling of the opening event for October 19th, 2025. And further, that council directs staff to proceed with both options provided in the said report to secure speakers for the opening event.
A mover and a seconder, Councillor Shortreed and Councillor Barry. Oh, sorry, all in favor? Carried.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Next up is planning business. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
So the first item is a deeming bylaw from McCray on Boshgang Lake.
Thank you. Yes, this is a deeming bylaw. We've received a request for, it's from a property owner on Boshkung Lake. They do own 3 pieces of property. This involves 2 of them, one being a developed parcel and one being a vacant parcel that are directly adjacent to each other. The intent of the deeming bylaw is to deem the lots not to be a plan on a subdivision, so they can in fact merge as one for future development considerations. So they are both undersized lots, and our planning policies do encourage this sort of amalgamations. So staff are supportive of such a bylaw being passed.
Any questions, concerns, comments on that? Can I have a mover and a seconder then to authorize that? Does that come under the bylaws, or do we need to receive the report?
Receiving.
Okay, mover and a seconder to receive the report. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 7925 regarding deeming bylaw for lands located at part of lot 10, concession 1, geographic township of Stanhope McCray for information. And the council concurs with the recommendation made in the said report and directs a deeming bylaw be brought forward for council consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. The next is a proposed lot addition by Legacy on Wren Lake.
Thank you. Yes, this is a proposal to sever a vacant piece of land on Wren Lake in half and add it to the adjacent properties on either side, which are developed. So again, staff are supportive of the proposal in principle and recommend it proceed through the regular process. I've also included some standard conditions that we would recommend the county implement should they proceed with the application.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendation? Councillor Shortreed. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 8025 regarding proposed severance of lands located at part of lot 12, concession A, geographic township of Sherburne, Wren Lake, submitted by Timothy and Deborah Legacy, and further council supports in principle the proposed severance subject to the following conditions. 1, payment of taxes, including penalty and interest. 2, settlement of 5% parkland dedication or cash in lieu in the amount of $100 for the severed parcel shall be paid to the Township of Algonquin Highlands pursuant to section 51.1 of the Planning Act. 3, copy of the draft reference plan be submitted to the planner of the Township of Algonquin Highlands for review and comment prior to the registration of the plan. And 4, the severed parcel merge in title with the benefiting lands.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, proposed lot addition by McKay in Sherburne.
Thank you. Yes, this is a proposal to essentially alter the boundary between these 2 parcels of land in the Dorset area. Both are relatively large rural lots. The retained lands are currently, they do have no frontage on Highway 35, but they are existing with a legal right of way, which will not be impacted through this proposal. So staff are supportive of the proposal, again, with some standard conditions attached to it that would be recommended to the county should they proceed with an application.
Questions or comments? The only comment or question that I had, and I just wonder if that I should have noted whether it was in the conditions or not, but I see that there is a fairly substantial pile of scrap metal And it's residential property? I'm sorry, I can't. Go ahead.
It's a different property.
Doesn't look like it on the map, but
Yes, I apologize. I'm not sure of the exact zoning. Staff did not look at it from a clean and clear perspective. It's not something that we've received a complaint about. I'm not sure it's visible from the highway. Yeah, I apologize. I don't have the answer whether or not that would be an appropriate condition to recommend or not at this time. But I think it would be a separate matter that could be addressed should it arise.
okay. So could I have a mover and a seconder then to approve the recommendation? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 8125 regarding proposed severance of lands located on part of lot 28, concession A, geographic township of Sherburne, submitted by EJ Williams Surveying Limited on behalf of McKay. And further, the council supports in principle the proposed severance subject to the following conditions: payment of taxes, including penalty and interest; 2, settlement of 5% parkland dedication or cash in lieu in the amount of $100 for the severed parcel shall be paid to the Township of Algonquin Highlands pursuant to Section 51(1) of the Planning Act. 3, retained lands be rezoned to recognize the deficient lot frontage. 4, a copy of the draft reference plan be submitted to the planner of the Township of Algonquin Highlands for review and comment prior to the registration of the plan. And 5, that the severed parcel merge in title with the benefiting lands.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, oh no, not finally, the next item is your planning department update.
Thank you. Yeah, this is my monthly report. Nothing to highlight, but happy to answer any questions should council have any.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the update? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved that council receives planning report PL 8525 submitted by Sean O'Callahan and dated August 14th, 2025 for information.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, the Committee of Adjustment minutes from July the 25th. Anything you'd like to bring forward on that?
No, but happy to answer questions should there be.
See, the Committee of Adjustment meetings are becoming a little more rousing
They have been taking longer than average, but yeah.
with the considerable attendance.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Any questions, comments? Mover and a seconder to receive them? Councillors Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives July 25th, 2025 Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. External board meetings, anything to bring forward from either the Dorset Partnership or the Health Hub?
Unfortunately, not the health hub, only because the nurse practitioner is still on mat leave, so they've just had a lot of locums going through. They don't have a stable nurse practitioner right now. So once she's back, I think she comes back in a couple of months. We'll be back on track with that. And the community partnership is supposed to have one in October.
Okay, thank you. As Councillor Richards is not available, we won't go into the Upper Trent Water Management Partnership or the Muskoka Watershed Council. The OPP Detachment Board has not met, so there's nothing to bring forward, with the exception of the fact that we had certain circumstances suggested that there needed to be some work done on communication plan between the OPP and the detachment board and the public. There needs to be much improved communications, and that's something that will be a priority for the detachment board to work on in the next while. And they will be meeting in September. Anything on the library board?
No, committees aren't really meeting right now, or boards aren't really meeting right now, so I have nothing at all.
Anything on community safety and well-being? Okay. Muskoka River Watershed Communications. And there was something that you wanted to bring forward for, under the council update, the Seniors Active Living Center. Information, good information for council to see. Did you want to speak to that?
Sure, just to draw council's attention to this, it's a new pot of funding that we've received across the county from the, I think it's the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility. That ministry is providing funding for a diverse range of activities for seniors and older adults who have not quite hit the seniors threshold or who are welcome to participate. And there's some really wonderful stuff that's being proposed. It's all over the county in Stanhope and Dorset, here in Algonquin Highlands. July was really well received. A lot of people participating. So if you do have the opportunity to share that amongst your people in your wards, there's a lot there to have fun with and participate in.
Any questions or comments? Do we have a resolution to receive that? Okay, so we just receive it for information. Under general business, a correspondence from CUPE with respect to the request for declaration for childcare and early childhood education appreciation day. Any comments on that? Go ahead.
My only thought when I saw this is, would this not be better placed at county? Because we don't have those centers in Algonquin Highlands, and it's not that we're not grateful, but I think the more meaningful acclamation would be at county.
I concur. So we just receive that for information and possibly ask that that correspondence be forwarded on to them to make sure that they've got it. The next item is a discussion with respect to Pride in the Highlands, who have made a request to fly the Pride flag on Monday. I believe it's on Monday that they want to do it. And I'm pleased to say that the second flagpole has been installed. I think what they're suggesting is that we have a flag raising at 2:00, I think, in the afternoon. Which I'm really excited about. It's just our first opportunity to be able to do that. And so if anybody who is available at that time is welcome to come. I know that some of us will be out of the country with other priorities, but I will be there, and anybody else who can be there would be great. Do we need a resolution with respect to that? So if we could have a mover and a seconder to approve that, Deputy Mayor Dayu, or your comment?
It's both. If I might kindly move, because I will not be able to come, which is much to my regret. I would love to have been there otherwise. So if I could have the honor of moving this resolution, I'd be grateful.
Well, there you go. Seconded by Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council directs the Pride flag be flown at the Township office during Pride in the Highlands week from August 18th at 2 p.m. to August 24th, 2025.
All in favor? That's carried. I'm assuming that they have someone who probably will want to speak and would look for a few words from myself. Okay, great. Are there any notices of motion? Hearing none, were there any items that were asked to be pulled from the correspondence? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the correspondence listing? Councillor Barry, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives the August 14th, 2025 correspondence listing for information.
All in favor? That's carried. And could I have a mover and a seconder to go into closed? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council adjourns its open session at 1:54 p.m. in order to proceed into closed session for the purpose of discussing the following. 1, personal matters about identifiable individual. litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with section 239(2) B, E, and F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding ongoing litigation matter. 2, personal matters about an identifiable individual and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with section 239(2) B and F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding personal matters that require legal advice. And 3, personal matters about identifiable individual in accordance with section 239B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding conduct of an individual.
All in favor? That's carried. Welcome back to the open session. There are no reports coming out of closed. So we'll move into the bylaws section. So could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the bylaws? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Council Berry, second by Council Shortreed. Be it resolved, the following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second, third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. 2025-73 to provide for the setting of salary and wages for the year 2025. 2025-74 to amend bylaw 2022-49 as amended, being the comprehensive zoning bylaw of the Township of Algonquin Highlands for application AHZBA 325, and 2025-75 to deem lot 6 and lot 7 on registered plan 359 geographic Township of Stanhope not to be lots on a plan of subdivision for McCray 1012 Abbey Lane.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the confirmatory bylaw? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, bylaw 2025-76, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held at its regular meeting on August 14th, 2025, be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, would someone like to move to adjourn? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, the August 14th, 2025 regular meeting is hereby adjourned at 2:19 p.m.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone.